What's up?
All right. Have you got the feeling recently when you've been scrolling social media that you're being astroturfed? That like you aren't choosing the influencers and podcasters and like the brands and the topics that show up for you. You just are kind of a participant. Like the media doesn't feel as real as it used to be. Everything just feels like it's just being served to you. And a lot of times you come across something that you didn't even choose or know about to select. Like if you feel like things are not quite real anymore, this video is for you. Because if you understand this chart that we're going to go over today and all of the things I'm going to talk to you about, you're going to understand that content creation is a gamed system now. This is not clickbait. This is actually true. I'm going to go through step by step what is happening and how a person and a group of people can propel any influencer to high viewership, regardless of content quality. You can be the most uninteresting person ever, and you can still get boosted in algorithms. And it happens by tricking algorithms into featuring them. It's a guaranteed way to gain followers, and it's basically pay to win.
What?
So in this video, we're going to explain step by step how it works. We're going to go through some content that's in this system, and I will show you literally that you can promote anybody. You can promote anybody to the top in the world. It doesn't matter what their content is. What most people think about the creator economy and how it exists these days is no longer true. Algorithms are being abused at a very high level. So let's break it down. Let's go through step by step how this works. And this image here is absolutely going to be our Bible for this discussion. When we look at this, you're seeing a month-long period. So I want you to note, like, this is 1 month.
1 month-long period, guys. Okay.
This is, as of the time of this recording, this is March to April, so just a few days ago. You can see our number one guy here, Clavicular, who you may have heard of. You may have like, this guy just exploded. I see videos of him everywhere. What's going on? I never searched for this dude. What's happening? Has generated over 2.2 billion, with a B, billion views in a single month. He has 69,000 videos. That's short form videos across TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube and X. 69,000 videos that are all about him. How is this possible? Well, he has 1,610 paid clippers that are working full-time to put this stuff out on the internet. And likewise, you can see all of these other influencers who, to varying degrees, have the same thing going on. Here's Aiden Ross.
How many do I have? Damn.
With 812 clippers. He has 11,000 videos that came out this month, accumulated about 714 million views. Now, this is the official clipping and kick partnership. This is them just releasing this information. This is not guessed upon data. This is like literally the platform that's doing it, showing you how this works. And we're going to break down exactly what is happening here and how these guys are tweaking the algorithm for this to work, because it's both fascinating and a little bit terrifying. All right. So the very first thing to understand about this, once you understand like that this is happening and that there's like just a ton of paid clippers that are being paid quite literally to post these clips everywhere of just various types of content. The first thing we have to understand is that you start with a central Discord server. Now, there are other ways to do these campaigns, and there are platforms like Vero, which or Duzla. One of those has some association with Mr. Beast. They operate the same way, but as platforms. But for this video, I think the most interesting stuff that we're going to go over is actually just going to be the platforms. So you can see here, this is the largest clipping server. And you can see that they, once you get into the clipping server, which I think has over like 20 or 30,000 people in it, you can say, hey, you're just a few steps away from getting paid for post content. Here's how you get started. You can just go browse the campaigns, and you can go see that you can apply for kick streaming clipping program, which we're going to talk about a little bit later as it relates to this. So you can just get paid by joining one of these servers, no problem. And here is exactly how these campaigns work step by step. Each campaign is going to be one influencer or a podcaster or a brand. Typically, like for the purposes of this video, we're going to be talking about live streamers, but this is being done for, I sat in these Discord servers the invite only ones, and as well as like the public ones for the past like 3 weeks before making this video, and it shocked pretty much every major podcaster or like brand that you've heard of has had a campaign in these Discord servers in the time that I was sitting in them, and we're gonna go over it, but like specific clips and specific moments that they want featured as well are also featured. So like it's a totally game system. Like there's just everybody's just doing paid clips that's popular whatsoever. How this system works is as follows. We're going to go through it. So starting with the CPM system and how it works. Typically, when we think about platforms, these are all going to be short form mostly. So this is going to be clips of this person's like long form. So when I say long form, I mean like a podcaster makes a video that's like 2 hours, and then these paid clippers will go through. They'll select 50 to 30-second videos, 30 to 60-second video parts, or like 2-minute parts that they think are interesting, and then they will post those clips on these 3 platforms. There's a little bit of this done on X. It kind of depends. Every campaign is a little bit different, but most of them I've seen focus on these 3 platforms. The way that you get paid is you have what's called a flat CPM. So a CPM is just the amount that you make for 1,000 views. And these will usually be between about 10 cents to 40 cents, but I've seen ones that are as high as about $2 to $3. So every campaign has a like payout, and you can see here. I'll pull up one just so you can kind of see like how it looks. So this is a campaign for Caleb Hammer, and you may be seeing a lot of his clips.
What?
And this is a separate Discord server that's been created. You can see the payout for Caleb is 75 cents per 1,000 views, that there's a minimum view required for payout, and that there's a payment method. And it shows you the platforms that it wants you to post on. So you can post on TikTok, you post on Instagram, you can post on Twitter, you can post on X in this case. So there's an example of like a pretty prominent podcaster. Now either it's his agency paying for this or it's him, I don't know, right? But he's this is the system that he's running. So this is an example of like a single campaign that's being run right now. Like this is something that I pulled just a couple of days ago. Okay, so they're offering a flat CPM of 75 cents per 1,000 views, and in this case, it's going to be 75 cents. I've seen like again like $2, $3. Most of these are like 10 to like 50 cents or so. You'll notice on that screenshot that I linked you that there was a minimum view payout threshold. So what does that mean? That means that you can't have this campaign. You don't get paid if you don't have 100,000 views. Now, that's not per clip though. So what, if we just like put the payment details over here for a second, the 100,000 views means the aggregate of you as an individual. So if you have 2 or 3 clips that get, let's say you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views each, you do not get paid. But if you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views and then 1 clip that gets 10,000, you get paid on the whole 100,000. So there's just that's what they mean by minimum payout. So most of these people are creating, for these campaigns, they're creating like 50 to 100 different clips across multiple different accounts in order to reach this payment threshold, and then they get paid based on the on the CPM that was stated. There are also bounties and bonuses. So these show up in a lot of individual clipping campaigns. And you can see here, we have a bounty for Pirate Software. Again, I don't know who sponsored this. I'm just showing you what's here. So here's Pirate Software. It says
it could theoretically be the streamers themselves might not be paying for these, but maybe the agency or whatever that they're with is auto buys a ton of these. Maybe.
Here that this is a payment of $3,000 per million views, which is a multiplier. $300 for 100,000 views, and $3,000 for 1 million views. This is an invite-only Discord server, so this is not associated with the other Discord server that I've shown. This is a secret Discord server.
Top secret.
Because I think they're a little bit more careful when they're trying to promote individual clips and influencers, just from getting people to know about how this works. But you can't hide from Devin Nash. No, sir. So this is Pirate Software gives his thoughts on the recent changes to Kick. And there's requirements. Post the image below. all platforms are allowed, so they'll allow TikTok, Reels, they'll let in everything. And then there's like a command associated with it. But this is basically just a clip of like Pirate Software talking about Kick, and whoever wanted this promoted is paying for it to be promoted. So sometimes there's bounties, and sometimes you get paid quite a bit for those. Now, next, the campaigns usually have a maximum cap. So we were not seeing that in the previous ones that I'm showing you. But oftentimes the campaigns cap at like $10,000 to $20,000, at which point they shut off. And to be clear, I don't think that the servers that are doing this are scammy about this. Like you might think, oh, like they cap it at $10,000, then they don't tell anybody that everybody else that creates clips, like there's a bunch of free clips that are done. In my experience, like looking at this stuff and doing all this research and studying it, there isn't really a situation like that. Like there's a pretty clear progress bar to indicate when the cap has been reached and when you don't make money from clipping anymore. In most of these cases, I haven't really seen a lot of like black hat marketing in that direction. Just to give credit where credit's due, like my interest is in honest information. I'm not trying to make a value judgment here. There'll be plenty of that later in the video, and just for you to decide. So I didn't see that here. Most of this stuff is very well put together. I mean, by like pretty elite operators, and it seems to be pretty above board. I mean, the clippers get paid, and they get paid a base CPM, which you saw from Caleb's campaign that I listed here. And then they also get to keep the RPM, which means like the money the platform itself pays you. So you get both the CPM, which is like the 75 cents per 1,000 that gets paid out through the campaign. And then you also get to earn whatever the YouTube short or the reel actually makes off of the ad revenue just off of the platform. So this ends up being a pretty good deal for like second and third world people, which are kind of the majority of people that are participating in this system. You can end up probably getting like an RPM of like maybe like $1.50 to $2 an hour. And for like first world or Americans or people like that, you know, that's going to probably translate to about like $300 or $400 a month. Like obviously the work that you put in, you get more. But for people in less advantaged countries that are getting paid
Would you ever do this? Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I mean, I don't think I'd be necessarily principally opposed to it, but I mean, if you already pay individual clippers that you employ, which I think we do,
that can be very notable. It's worth noting also that although I didn't post it in my research here, all of these payments that I saw, literally all of them are in USDT. So they're paid via cryptocurrency. You're paid out via cryptocurrency. I guess in this case, this is a PayPal payment, so it might just be a direct payment. But almost all the campaigns I saw are paid out via USDT. So that's a cryptocurrency that's tethered to the dollar. So that's notable because I think that's very favorable to third world and second world countries. Okay, so let's take a person like Clavicular that we were talking about before, and you've got the 2.2 billion views on top of 70,000 clips. Like, how expensive is this campaign to run? Like, how crazy are we talking here? Well, it's going to be about 31,700 views on average because we're just taking the 2.2 billion and we're dividing it by the 70,000. And you get paid if you aggregate 100,000 views. You don't get paid if your total clips are below that. So there will be some percentage of people that just don't get paid. But I think the majority do. But let's say that like in a situation, just to give you an idea, where even like in a crazy number, where like 70% of the views are free, which I think it's probably closer to like 20% or 30%. The math on it is it would cost $666,371 a month, even at $1 CPM, just to run Clav's campaign alone. Damn. Not even considering all of these other people. So literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars are being spent every month to do this. So who's doing it? Who's paying for this? Right? That to me is one of the most interesting parts, because a couple of things, right? Number one, there are not many people that can set up campaigns like this. We're talking like management of hundreds of people, and like this is elite operator marketer stuff. This is not like streamers, okay? very few of these streamers are running these campaigns themselves. There are people that are doing it. Like there are streamers that are running these campaigns themselves, like to lesser degrees. And I mean, you could also just have 3 people in your Discord do clips for you, and you could run a campaign like this yourself. But when I'm talking about these big Discord operations, these are being funded. And it's really interesting to see who is actually funding them and what is actually going on here. Because with respect to the streamers, I don't think that most streamers are really business oriented. That's just been my experience being a top talent manager for many years. I don't think that, and now I'm an agent on the brand side. I've worked with thousands of influencers, great entertainers, mostly not the sharpest tools in the shed when it comes to business, with a few exceptions. So they're not going to run campaigns like this. Who is running these campaigns?
It's going to be either the talent agencies, or it could be theoretically the platforms. Maybe like depending on where these clips are being posted. So maybe like Kick or YouTube, or I don't think any of the huge brands would be.
Well, let's go back to our friend Clavicular and see what he says about it in this clip.
One of the fastest come-ups in streaming. Absolutely.
Why do you think you're the fastest growing creator in the world right now?
I think I have a lot of strategies that are good for viral clipping engagement. I think Kick has helped push me a lot with their clipping budget. So, over 6 figures a month.
So Kick, over 6 figures a month.
And that campaign have been going towards pushing me out there to new audiences, because on Kick, there's not really a lot of growth, right? There's not as many users as Twitch, so people aren't organically coming across your streams. So they kind of have to incentivize people to stream on that platform in other ways. And one of the ways I go about it is with the Kick clipping program, where there's like a $20 or $30 CPM, and that kind of incentivizes people.
For the $20 and $30 CPM, he's referring to bounties, the system that we referred to before. The actual CPMs are much lower, but everything else he said is true. So that's right. The primary way that all of this is being funded is that Kick is literally paying for it, the platform. So the streaming platform Kick is quite literally paying for all of this. They are paying to the tune of actually millions of dollars a month to do this. Now, you might say, why? Do they really love their streamers so much that they just want...
Where does Clavicular stream mainly? Does he stream on Kick? Because if so, that would make sense. You're driving more to the platform, I guess.
To feature their broadcasters.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's like a part of it. But there's a couple more interesting things that are going on. So let's talk about the Kick funnel and what is happening. Now, you astute observer, you deep analysis person, you may have noticed a particular line right here. Now, this is the public discoursing. This is the public Discord for the clipping. Like if you want to start with clipping, you come here. But what if you want to be one of these Kick clippers? Well, you have to get into the Kick specific program, and there is an application once you have been established to get into that. That's the funnel. So you start in the free place, and then you eventually get into these invite only places where all of the secrets go. And the invite-only places where all the secrets go are quite interesting, okay? Because, we can't possibly know what goes on there because they're invite-only, and no one would ever invite me, or would they? Okay, so I did some underground journalism, got into a couple of these servers, and you can see here as the overlay guide. Let's read this. Please use the examples below to make sure the Kick logo and watermark placement is correct on all clips. The Kick overlay should always be clearly visible and placed so that it can be properly seen at all times. Make sure the overlay is sized and placed exactly in this guide before submitting. It must stay visible at all times, must remain clear or obstructed at all times, sized and placed to fit your clip exactly as shown in this guide. Some UI stuff here. Follow the examples. Incorrect logo placement may result in your clip being rejected. AKA, very important right there. That's kind of the key thing to focus on. If you do not put the Kick logo, as seen right here, onto your clips, you do not get paid. So every one of these multiple billions of views has that Kick logo square right into the right in the bottom for the entire duration of the video, and every one of the clippers is doing that. That is why Kick is doing this. You must have the Kick banner on every clip. If you mess it up, there's no pay whatsoever. How are these influencers by Kick being chosen? I can't figure that out. I've gotten a lot of different people kind of like weighing in on that. nearest I can tell, it's basically who you know at Kick. Now, they like technically offer this program via the Kick partner program, the KPP they call it. They offer it to any Kick partner, and I'm actually pretty confident that if you were a Kick partner, you could probably message somebody, like some staff member, and be like, hey, I want to be in on this, and you could probably do it. And I think to some degree they would feature you. But like, what determines that like these people get like featured over like these people? I think it's arbitrary, and also just that some of these people have like Clavicular like also just did really well when it comes to like the way that he gets viewership. It just worked. Like it actually helped him go viral, and a lot of the stuff that he did like went viral on its own once it got featured everywhere. So I think there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on with the Kick stuff, and it's a little bit iffy. So Kick is quite literally spending millions of dollars, like actually millions of dollars per month, to promote broadcasters, and then they're also paying them on the back end through the partner program as well. And simultaneously, they're doing this as a marketing strategy to bring people to Kick. So this is a different approach. From like to understand this, we've got to kind of go back in time a little bit, and we have to understand how Twitch, the main live streaming website that has most of the viewers right now. Well, YouTube now has all those viewers, but it used to have a lot of the viewers. Their marketing strategy in 2015-ish, like 2012, this started. We'll talk about like the Twitch marketing strategy. Their marketing strategy was to pay streamers individually.
David just got arrested. Uh-oh.
To stream on the platform, and they got bonuses based on how many viewers they had and like how many hours they streamed. And like the Twitch way of doing this was to offer contracts to streamers for flat rates plus like minimum guarantees and bonuses, with the idea of keeping them on the platform. This was an exclusive thing. Kick actually doesn't care about if you're like exclusive most of the time or not, except for their like very top people. So the marketing strategy that Twitch used to use was to pay before they ran out of money, and like Amazon basically cut their budget. I mean, they're a ghost ship now, right? But before they basically cut their budget, this was how Twitch operated. So Kick has looked at this, and Kick has said, you know what? We want to go a different route. And they're using a playbook that they used at Stake. Stake is the kind of partner company to Kick. I know they don't like that they don't like that association, but I mean, like literally when I was on the podcast with the owner of, to me, it's like if your executives are cross-sectional decision makers on each like if you have an executive, you have a CMO, and the CMO makes decisions for both Stake and both Kick, like they're associated companies. That's it, right? Like, and when I talked to Eddie, the owner of Kick, who was very charitable to me, honestly, on the podcast, he was very transparent about that. So look, to me, it's like it's an associated company. Stake had the playbook. You might have seen this even if you're a pretty savvy social media person. You might remember when you were seeing like Stake logos all over the place across like all social media. That's just this playbook, right? Like it's just people getting paid to post Stake logos everywhere. They took that playbook and they optimized it and they put it out there for Kick. And this has a dual purpose of like, one, it blows the streamers up, so it markets them, and number two, it obviously brings people to the website, because 2.2 billion people are seeing the Kick logo, and some of them, like some very small percentage, are going to go to Kick and check it out, and this is going to boost their live viewership as well. So like on YouTube Shorts and like TikToks and Reels and stuff, the conversions are bad, like percentage wise, like you might. It's like 0.00001%. But it doesn't matter. If you have 2 billion views and like the aggregated views of all these people are way more, you're going to have some people come to your website. Now, look, I'm a marketer, okay? I'm a brand agency owner. This is smart marketing. Like from their perspective, like whatever you might think about the ethics of it, and you're well within your rights to think about the ethics and the morals of this. But like that's like I'm here to just present the information. I gotta say though, like from a perspective of like what Twitch did, which is like, okay, we've got to grow our website somehow. Like we could pay streamers millions of dollars to stay on the platform, and then we are making those streamers responsible for their own growth. So all the OGs that got the contracts and got paid on Twitch, they all had to solve the growth problem themselves. Like bringing viewers to the website was up to them. But Kick is saying, no, we are actually going to do this for you, and we're going to bring people to the website, and this is where our marketing budget is going to go. So they're spending tens of millions of dollars because this is understanding that this is a ecosystem that feeds them. That's why this exists. Okay, Kick would not be paying this kind of money if they didn't want to actually build the platform. So like from the perspective of a pure marketing perspective, this is a superior marketing strategy than what Twitch did. It just is. Like, they're taking the growth into their own hands. They're getting views on they're getting way more views. Like, when Twitch paid people to put money in, gave money to streamers, they were still benefiting the content creator economy, and people made a lot of money off of it. There were people like Shroud and made millions of dollars off that kind of stuff. A lot of people that got paid contracts, all those top streamers, Pokimane, all those people, like they did really well back when they were paying contracts. But Twitch was basically paying them and then saying you're responsible for your own growth, and like we hope that works out. Meanwhile, Kick says no, we're gonna blast ourselves everywhere, and then we're also gonna boost these streamers as a side effect. So like from a pure marketing perspective, like dude, like you gotta look at the hustle across billions and billions of views. It's actually a lot of impressions. So I think though that what we need to talk about next is kind of the darker side of it. We need to go over like why exactly this works, and like what this is doing to the algorithm, what this might mean for like the future of content. And
do you think Kick is just a better company to streamers than Twitch? Like, they seem to ignore the cancel culture crap unless you do something against the law. They're not going to ban you. Every new company in an industry is always going to be better for the employees or creators or customers than any of the established companies, because they always have to offer incentives to bring you over. So typically any new thing is going to be better than any old thing. Yeah.
I think like how this is tricking algorithms, and like I think we need to like go into like a little bit of the darker side, that kind of stuff being said. So before we do that, that's right, we've got the secret call out 2440. Please post in the comments down below that you're still here for a deep analysis Devin Nash video. 2440 is the secret call out. I got two things for you guys. Number one, just thank you. Thank you very much for supporting this. I don't really do this stuff because I'm mostly on the business side, so I don't have anything to like really sell you. But if you did want to support me, oh my gosh, it would be such an honor. You could go check out my Patreon page. My Patreon page is $5. $5. Where'd it go? We're gonna open a new one. It disappeared. It's shy today. But my Patreon page is $5, and I post a literally ridiculous amount of videos here. So you can see here how to build an unbeatable workday step by step is the last video. I have quite literally hundreds of videos here that are not on YouTube. They're nowhere else. If you're interested in self-improvement, if you're interested in how I run businesses, you can see here I got work days, I got productivity guides, I've got overcoming buying resistance and making better sales. Everything I've ever learned in the business world is here. So, it's just video after video after video, and I have a couple of tiers. I've got the $5 one, and that's just all the videos you get. And then there's a higher tier if you want to join it, which you could actually talk with me live every Saturday, and we go over like what you're doing in your business, and it's like direct coaching, and it's really cool. So check it out, please. That would mean a lot to me if you wanted to support the Patreon. Other than that, I do some consulting. There's a link down below. It's closed right now, so probably not relevant, but I do it. So that's it. The secret call at 2440. Thank you guys for supporting this. And let's get on to why this abuses the algorithm and why this works. Section 5, which I think is kind of the most interesting section. I think this is like, this is kind of the meat of it. So let's kind of talk about the like first principles logic of like how platforms think about things. And to understand that this used to be different. Like it used to be that kind of Instagram had their own way of doing this. Facebook had their own way of doing this, and then YouTube kind of just broke the mold, and YouTube was like, oh, we just like straight up figured it out, and then like pretty much everybody copied them. Then TikTok came along and said, okay, we're gonna use that system, but we're gonna figure it out for short form. So we're gonna take 7 to 60 second videos instead of your 8 to 15 minute videos, and we're gonna make these into we're gonna make these popular. And the whole idea of an algorithm is it's simply to orient an audience towards videos that they want to see. So one of the major signals for doing that is, and just deciding that content is important in general, is like the number of people they're talking about. So think about like if a news topic, like let's say something like a big presidential thing happens, or there's like big news in the world, a big volcano erupts or something. a wizard comes along and erupts a volcano through sheer willpower and intent alone. How do we like hear about that? And like, how does an algorithm know that that's important? Well, a big part of it is just volume. Like a bunch of people saw the volcano blow up, and a bunch of people that didn't see the volcano blow up want to talk about the volcano blowing up, and a bunch of analysts who are volcano specialists want to come in and talk about the optics of the volcano blowing up. So what happens? Well, there's a lot of volume, right? There's a lot of like, suddenly there's just like a bunch of clips and there's a bunch of information. There's a bunch of different people talking about that form of content. And now the algorithm goes, oh, that's important. So we need to feature that. So the algorithm says, everybody wants to talk about the volcano. I'm going to push the volcano. So imagine what kind of signal it sends when you have 550,000 clips in a month, in 30 days. Talking about this guy. The algorithm just goes, this is the most important person in the world. This guy wants everybody to talk about him. So if you've like had that experience of like, you just like open anywhere and you're like, it's like clavicular. You're like, what is looks match? I don't even care about this guy. I never even Googled anything like this. What is happening? It's because the algorithm is actually getting tricked. Like I promised you, this is not a bait video. Like this is actually a game system. They are uploading so many clips and the volume is so much that it's just telling the algorithm, hey, you should talk about this person nonstop. He's blowing up. This is the most important thing in the world. So what is so crazy about this, and this is the nuttiest thing about this video, like it's just not an exaggeration that content creation isn't about being interesting or engaging anymore. Like the previous type of content creation where you had to like have like a personality, and like I'm not saying that like some of these creators don't have these personalities. It's subjective, right? Like what is good content and what isn't is like a very subjective thing. But I will tell you, like I guess subjectively, in my opinion, that a lot of the people on this list are boring as hell, and you might agree with that, or they're just outright just like not like kind of like skeezy type of people, right? Like some of them are great, but like some of them are legitimately just boring as hell. Doesn't matter. You have 70,000 clips. You go anywhere you want. It's just not going to make a difference what your content is, and that kind of fundamentally undermines like the whole purpose of like what content creation is. Like content creation was kind of a voting system. It was kind of like, oh, like we think this guy like Mark Rober is interesting, so we're gonna like watch his video, and then everyone's like, yay, that video is gonna do well, and then Mark Rober's like, wow, I got rewarded for that, I'll make more videos, and like so the cycle goes. But now the algorithm will just pick up anybody, no matter how uninteresting or how boring, at this volume, and it's just going to push it no matter what, because it's taught that the sheer volume of posts about the same thing equals that's important. So this is what this is where we get into kind of the dark side of the issue. Wait, you are not even choosing.
Doesn't the algorithm care about watch time? If the clip is really uninteresting and people moved on, the algorithm wouldn't push it no matter how spammed it is. To some extent, that's probably true. You can probably force things a little bit, but people are probably going to have to engage with it. Like if you were to force a whole bunch of clips and nobody watched them, or they only watched them for like 5 seconds, I don't know if that would actually help you much.
The content that you watch anymore. The algorithm by volume, and these paid clipping campaigns are quite literally choosing it for you. It doesn't matter how you participate. It doesn't matter if you click not interested or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like you can't not interested yourself out of 2 billion views of clavicular. He's coming. He's coming. And it was some Kick executive that decided that for you, right? Like it's not the fact that he organically blew up by the vote of the crowd, by engagement, by likes, by and that sort of thing. There's an aspect of that. Right? Like there's a part of that that's true, but he kind of blew up because somebody decided, or somebody gave a lot of money to somebody and said, hey, we're gonna pay for 69,000 views and 2,000 people full time to just literally spam social media with all of this stuff. And that's also why, what that also does is that drives down the quality of the clips as well, because if there have already been 51,775 clips submitted, and then you watch the 51,776th one, it doesn't have to be interesting content. It's your lived experience is you just watch a bad clip, but because the algorithm had 50,000 videos before it, it was just like, no, he's gonna like this, and you're like, I don't really like this, and it's like you do like it, you have to like it. 50,000 people, other videos said that it's there. You better like it right now. Here's another one. You don't like that one? Take this one. God. and now you're just like, like leave me alone, like, right? Like, so we are no longer in social media. Nothing you do is social media. Social media is like, you go on Discord and say hello to your friend. Discord is the most social media we have now. Like, there's like, when's the last time you went on Twitter and you talked to your friend? It never happens, right? Like, you're talking to the people that, and you're consuming the topics that the algorithm says that you should consume. The content that you watch isn't even stuff that you choose anymore. The interests that you have are no longer social. It's not like keeping up with your college buddies. It's algorithm media. It's interest media. I would say is a better word for social media now. Like, I don't think like social media is even the proper word for it anymore. It's kind of a different thing. So like, you're not even choosing the content you watch anymore, man. It's crazy. So what do we do about it? Right? Like, last section. I mean, like, what to do if there is anything to be done, but just a couple of like observations and commentary from, you know, your friend, the marketer, Devin Nash. Well, we are now in a, so I read this, like, it just so happened. I made this post on X that was about this before I made this video, and like the post on X as twitter.com/Devin Nash, I post like really long form analysis on stuff there. And like literally the same day, this guy came out with, like, I'm not saying he just like wrote this himself. I think it was just like total coincidence that he came out at the same time. Never heard of this dude. Doesn't even follow me, I guess. But he put this thing out there called the clipping economy, and it basically concludes the same thing that I'm telling you right now, which is like, together. Man, clips are taking over like a lot of the attention economy. There's some very weird stuff in this article. I mean, like, basically what he's saying is we have now moved from like a content economy to like the way that it was before to like now everything's just clips. And there's some stuff in here that's like a little bit questionable, like this graph, for example, where you see here it says average live viewership versus clip viewership. So you can take a person like Hassan Piker, who averages about 33,000 viewers live, and then it says like in the same amount of time for April, he's already gotten 700,000 views on his content, his long and short form content. This is disingenuous. The person that wrote this article, well, I think they should keep doing work because they write interesting things, and I just encourage everybody to write interesting things. They're probably not in this field in the same way. So this, for example, is not correct, right? This is a false equivalence because Hassan might have 33,000 viewers at one given time. So when you go on his stream, you see, oh, he has 33,000 viewers, but that represents a snapshot in time. There is, in fact, like a churn, and the churn is going quite quickly, so that the end of his stream will actually represent a unique viewership of much, much higher. The number will be way closer to this number. Also, that 33,000 viewers is just counting like one stream. He streams every single day for tons of people. So in reality, his like total live streaming exposure, and that's most likely true for clavicular as well. Why did he have to choose that name? It's so hard to say. The viewership is actually equal. So this is like not a very good representation of this this concept. You can't like really pay attention to this. This is kind of like a critical mistake with this article. But the foundation of it, which is like the clip economy is big and it's being gamed, that's good, and I think that's true. I think like a much better way to sort of interpret this is just to see this here, just to get an idea of like, okay, well, these are like all the views that just Kick is doing that show how much of like your social media experience, your interest media experience is being dictated by this. So I do agree that we're in a clipping economy. And in my post on X, I ended up saying at the end, like my conclusion here was straight up like wherever you stand on it, live streaming, and kind of content creation in general is just a much more gamed ecosystem now, and it will remain so. There is no way to really police this behavior because it hijacks the algorithm. Like we talked about how the algorithm kind of perceives like importance. I guess you could have like individual employees at these companies like ban the individual people, but it'd be like very weird and like very hard to do. So like live streaming, like streaming as relates to Kick, and it's just kind of a gamed ecosystem. Like there will be very few broadcasters that come up in the next few years that aren't utilizing this strategy. Now, notably, there are broadcasters that are coming up not utilizing it. I think the biggest example of the one is the video that I did before this, which was an analysis on the burnt peanut. And the burnt peanut is a person who is, to my knowledge, not using that clipping service yet. He's doing a couple other tricks. Not like, for example, he has a 24/7 stream online, so he hosts the 24/7 stream when he goes offline. The 24/7 stream then hosts him when he goes online. So that is kind of that's set up by his agency. That they're real smart guys, and a lot of the top streamers do that now to not churn viewers, so that the AFK viewers sit at the bottom of that stream, and then they kind of continuously rehost themselves. So you might have an AFK viewer for like 4 days that still counts as a viewer, right? Because he just left his computer on or something, or left his TV on. So there's a little bit of that, but like Burnt Peanut's not gaming that system, and he's like the biggest streamer on Twitch right now. So it's like there are people that can still come up by not utilizing this, but it's like it's like climbing up a mountain of ice without the little ice picks. Like, sure, there's like some guy that might be able to like dig his hands in and just like right, but like overall, like you're gonna have to utilize this system to be competitive, which kind of sucks.
Am I in good terms with Devin? I should be, yeah.
I think. I mean, that's
something happened. I'm not aware of.
I also think so. We're talking about like overall concepts. So we're now in the clipping economy. That was like number one. We are now in the clipping economy. And like for that, I agree. And I think it's going to stay that way for the foreseeable future. Now, somebody in my comments, you smart guy, you mentioned that it is possible that LLMs get advanced enough that they can kind of detect this behavior. And then as a result, they're kind of added into algorithms and they suppress it down. I don't know. It would be hard to differentiate between like an actual viral topic and one that's being farmed just by the way this works. But that's a cool concept. That's kind of a cool idea. Next thing I think in terms of this, like what to do about it, like section is, live viewership in general when it comes to streaming, like just doesn't really matter. It's like the long form stuff is just more of a way to get content, to do clips these days. Most people follow everything through short form. So if you have heard of a broadcaster like Asmongold, like you've probably seen like some kind of clip of him rather than like watch his live stream. I don't think this will change. I don't think that real brand power comes from like live viewership. And for that matter, I also think that brand power doesn't really come from short form either. So I think most of these people on this list are going to be people that we don't care about in 2 years. I like the difference is going to be the people that are creating authentic long form content. Like whatever you think about Asmongold, and I'm not here to pass a value judgment on anyone. I just gotten out of that style of my life. I want to like champion everybody. I want to like be the like at the highest levels for anybody that's actually doing anything. Okay, for the most part. So from a pure marketing perspective, you look at a creator like Asmongold, and this dude is like consistently hitting 7 to 8 long form 20-minute videos every single day. Plus, he's part of the clipping system. Okay, so like in terms of brand authenticity, like we're going to be hearing from Asmongold. He's right here, by the way. He's got the 66 clippers, 2,000 videos, and 70 million views, which I think a lot of those views are just his own views on his long form content. But yeah, like I think we're going to be hearing from people like this who have set up like a long form strategy on their own media for a long period of time. And I think Asmongold, like, I mean, from a marketing standpoint, I think he's one of the most impressive people out there. Like he's really understands the system, or his team does. I think he's a smart guy though. And he knows like not only how to address different topics and communicate them, but he also knows how to create long form content. Like you literally almost can't get through a single day of his content. Like here's a 2-hour one, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Like you'd have to be watching this guy all day, every day to consume everything he posts out in a week. So in a day, excuse me. So this kind of thing is going to last. I think a lot of these sort of like short form videos like are just like going to sort of fizzle out. People are like, okay, like I get it. Like this guy's like kind of the talk of the town. And then you kind of get your 15 minutes and you peace out. It's kind of over. Okay. For most of these people, I don't think they're going to stick around. For the people that are doing authentic long form strategy and like they are.
Yeah, I think a lot of the shorter form stuff has got huge like virality power, but like a virus, they come and go in 2 weeks. I think we've seen that already, kind of like with TikTok and everything else. Yeah.
Really thinking through their marketing plan and their brand power, and they have like a unique message. More so, I think they'll be around. In terms of the ethics and morality of this, I think you've got two perspectives. The first one's going to be the one that I think most people have, which is this is astroturfing content creators and it's creating false ecosystems. I think that's a perfect.
Does this change your perspective on how to structure your overall brand at all? No, I think my clippers have actually been doing phenomenal recently. Yeah.
Perfectly fine way of looking at it. Because it is very true that like a content creator that is interesting, by like the subjective definition that most people would look at them and think about it, like oh, that person is interesting, right? Will just get blown out by the massive trumpet that is 60,000 clips from a totally uninteresting person, or it's 10,000 or whatever the number is, whoever the influencer is, right? And that influencer, by virtue of the fact that they have a paid system behind them that is generating all this media, will just get propelled to the top of the algorithm in all the ways that we explained in this video. And astroturfing is a term that means like you're just kind of creating like a false campaign that's like not really real. And I think a lot of people will look at the ecosystem and say we are worse for this being the case. And I think they're perfectly within their rights to think that. And I try to stay out of the personal opinions, but I would lean more towards that direction.
I don't understand what makes them think there's any meaningful gaming of the system here. I don't know. Probably it just kind of feels icky. I'm not entirely sure how different this is from just like buying ads though to push your content. Like I don't know if there's like a meaningful difference between that, but
than I would the next opinion, which is like, well, it's a new age marketing campaign to drive viewers, especially like for Kick to drive viewers to itself. And okay, I can see that from the perspective of a marketer. That again, like this is a superior campaign to run, and like were I at the top of a platform like Kick and making decisions like this, I would probably make the same decisions to market my platform out at the expense of, I guess, the entire content creator ecosystem. Who knows, you know? So, or maybe I wouldn't. But the point is, like, they're making them, and I understand it from that marketing perspective. Okay, but then here's a really interesting point. And this is from Nick Pullum. Props. One of the only other influencers that uses his full name. NMP. He's a live streamer on Twitch, and he posted something that I wanted to include in this video because I just didn't think about it. I was like, oh, this is actually huge. So he posted this. I'm curious, with all of these clippers and them getting paid to do so, aren't these mini hashtag ads? So he's referring to the FTC guideline that says that if you have paid for somebody to do content, that needs to be an ad. Like, you need to disclose that that's an ad. So do they not need to disclose that they're being paid? And that's a federal requirement in the United States of America, but you've got to do it. You might see like those hashtag ads for any kind of like sponsorship stuff. I do. So my job outside of making...
I doubt it. If I pay somebody to post short form content, I don't know if they have to disclose that. I seriously doubt it.
These videos, and this is just fun, right? My job is to I support brands. I work for brands, and I build them big influencer campaigns, and I pay influencers to talk about products or talk about services that these brands have, and we make the brands a lot of money. But we have to put hashtag ad on every single one of those videos that we do because they're sponsored videos, and the FTC guidelines require us to communicate that. So Nick kind of brought up like something I didn't even think about, which is like, why aren't...
Start putting ad in your clippers description that came out? No, there's no way that you would have to label this. I don't think so. It doesn't make any sense.
All of these paid clippers required to do that, and the answer is because like we're operating in like a gray hat area of marketing right now, where it's this is just not being considered. So this is kind of a big deal, right? Like if the Eye of Sauron were to turn on this, and like you know what's interesting is like, I mean, like Trump just did an ad with the UFC, and the UFC is sponsored by steak. So like, at what point does the government like kind of be like, is this what are we doing here, right? And you know, at the point where somebody might like report this or something, like it could get interesting. So curious how it's different than, let's say, McDonald's paying me to tweet about their burgers. And I thought about this for a while, like when I told them thanks, like I'm gonna put this in the video, because honestly, like to me, I mean, like you would need somebody to legally sort this out, but to me that's exactly the same thing. Like you're paying for an ad for your stream because you're quite literally paying a paid clipper. The clipper is getting paid to promote your services, and they're getting paid to do that. I mean, that's like kind of textbook definition of an ad to me. I think that's the same thing as a hashtag ad. That would need to be sorted out in court. Like, to be very clear, that is not, that's not delineated on yet. Like, we don't know. But what we do know is that like for influencer-based content that is sponsored, or content is sponsored by brands directly or things like that, you gotta disclose it. I do that for thousands of influencers every month. So it's interesting. It's just a very interesting thought here that I wanted to include. I think it's a real important point. couple of last points that we've got here that I think are interesting. Wherever you stand on it, streaming isn't like what it used to be, and content creation is not what it used to be. The ecosystem is different, and it will remain that way, I think, because again, there's no way to police this behavior like we talked about earlier. And live streaming especially is now like a totally rigged game because there is no way to grow. You are a 10 viewer, 15 viewer person, and you're not utilizing these strategies. And look, hey, I just want to talk to there are a lot of small content creators that watch this channel. I know you're not hopeless, okay? Like you could go get a couple of your friends together. You could go get 2 or 3 people, and you could go make some clips. Post them on different platforms on different accounts and see how they do. Will you get 2 billion views and will you be clavicular? No, but will you meaningfully increase the amount of viewership and exposure you have relative to your own work that you put in? Yes, you will do that, right? So I don't want anybody to lose hope because you could definitely boost yourself by doing like some miniaturized version of this, but certainly like in terms of like if you want to go up there and be like the top percentage of people, it is a rigged game now. And content creation in general, like across like a lot of social media platforms, is going this way because of services like we talked about, these Discord servers and things like that. And however that makes you feel, I mean, like you are within your right to feel it. For me personally, like, you know, I don't like to get involved these days in this stuff as far as like my personal opinion. 2 reasons for that. One, I'm out of the game. Like I work for brands, so my interest is in like interesting marketing stuff and interesting advertising stuff. My job's to educate. 2, I just want people to make their own decisions. I don't like the idea of like me influencing your opinion or anything like that. But if you must know like where I kind of stand on it, obviously I'm like the old man like shaking his fist at the clouds like, do you remember when people were actually interesting? And like I feel a little bit of that. But I also acknowledge like this is the ecosystem that we're in. I'm just glad that I could be here and post videos like this because this took a lot of research to do. This took me several weeks to figure out exactly how this functions and get all these individual data points right to be able to share it with you. And I hope this video and this deep dive quite literally was as interesting for you as it was for me making it, because ultimately I just love marketing and how this stuff works. If it was interesting, hey, like go check out the Patreon, throw $5 at it, go check out my other videos and stuff like that. Otherwise, just enjoy the stuff free on YouTube. Whatever you got to do, whatever you want to do, I appreciate you just for being here, honestly. Wow. Thank you, everybody. We will see you again next time for whatever crazy video we think up next. Until then, goodbye.
Now that's what I call.
He is at the nadir.
Local struggle.
It's gonna obscure my view from the gate. It's good.
No, our king.
Alright, so the gate is locked. You wanna open the gate? Sir? Open the gate. Walk through. Look, it's gonna obscure.
Okay. Wow. Apparently this is David getting arrested. Finally. Rip. Goodbye, David.
Hey everyone, as you know, the Artemis 2 mission has completed its manned trip around the moon and returned safely to Earth. Some people watched every second in complete awe, others barely noticed. But dare I say, nobody has been more obsessed with this mission than flat earthers, who, against all logic, continue to exist. Let's check in with these dorks, shall we? Artemis 2 is getting a lot of attention because it's the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, just barely edging past the previous record from Apollo 13.
Edging?
It's also the first time humans have been to deep space since the Apollo missions, setting the stage for an upcoming lunar landing, followed by the initial stages of establishing a permanent lunar base. It's all very awesome, and I'm going to talk about some future projections for the Artemis program in another video. Right now, we are just going to focus on making fun of the dumbest people alive, flat earthers. Flat earthers are the whiniest, most intellectually bankrupt toddlers on this entire spherical planet. They whine and whine and whine about how nobody can go to Antarctica because the government NASA Jew penguins will get you. They puff up their chests and brag about how badly they want to go to Antarctica to disprove the 24-hour sun and obliterate the globe deception.
Well, why can't I, similar to like Antarctica, but why can't I go see for myself? Why are you just telling me
oh, it's a globe. It's a little continent on the bottom. You don't fall off because of gravity. You're good. Don't bother going there. Oh, why can't I go and see?
And then when somebody offers to take them there for free, they have a contest for who can be the most cowardly, hypocritical little bitch in human history, declining the offer one by one. Except, of course, for Jaron Campanella, who is no longer a flat earther, and Austin Whitsitt, who seems to not be particularly active lately, so I don't know what his deal is now and refused to investigate for even 10 seconds. All the rest sat in their mom's basement eating Cheetos and laughing about how fake the not-at-all fake trip was.
This guy seems like a hater.
Debacle which I covered over 2 of the funniest videos on my entire channel, so be sure to watch those if you haven't yet. Well, it seems that history is repeating itself because another super duper crazy impossible thing that absolutely could never happen definitely did just happen. And once again, all of it is fake NASA CGI Illuminati black magic because they say so. And just like with the Antarctica trip, the Artemis 2 mission has provided hours and hours of new footage and thousands of images and all kinds of other stuff for them to perform endless mental gymnastics to try and deny. Live footage from launch all the way up to Earth orbit, stunning images of the moon and Earth from deep space. It's a giant goodie bag of treats they desperately have to deal with. And as you can imagine, it's extremely hilarious to watch them do that. So let's get started, right after a quick word from today's sponsor.
Whoa!
As you know, my debunking activity attracts attention from hordes of trolls as well as complete psychopaths. Take a look at this guy. He sure likes to talk about me. Some compliments, perhaps?
Your cult, your fucking scientism cult, bitch, I'll fucking kill you.
Whoa, but he's not crazy enough to follow through, right? Well, I stand corrected. You think I want maniacs like that to find my phone number or my home address? You bet your sweet tits I don't. That's why I use Incogni. Incogni scours the internet for data brokers who collect and trade your personal information without you knowing. Finding them all and demanding your privacy would take forever if they even comply, so why not let the professionals do it for you? Go to incogni.com/Professor Dave and use code Professor Dave to get an exclusive offer of 60% off. Incogni will find every last one of these data brokers and make sure that all your information, from your name, address, and phone number to social security number, medical data, and even shopping habits remain completely private. The best part is that this activity is constant, so you can rest easy knowing that any new breaches that crop up will be dealt with swiftly and efficiently. And you can keep track of all this progress in your own personalized dashboard, which tells you the number of hits and how many they've been able to remove. Be sure to also check out Incogni's new custom removal feature under the Unlimited and Family Unlimited plans. This allows you to submit an unlimited number of specific links for immediate removal, for a level of protection beyond the standard plan. Keep stalkers away, stop employers from accessing your information without consent, you name it. So don't wait another minute. Go to incogni.com/Professor Dave and use code Professor Dave for a whopping 60% off. Incogni helps wipe yourself from the internet completely. They can't harm you if they can't find you. Click on the link below to claim your 60% off and get your personal data off the market. Okay, first up in this deep space damage control cope session, we have the sickly inbred prince of Flat Earth himself, Eric Dubé. Sorry, Eric Dubitch. I almost forgot. He's gonna hoist himself up off of his yoga mat where he's been filleting himself since turning down the Antarctica trip and debunk this stupid Artemis mission. Or at least he's gonna give it the old college try. Let's see what he can muster.
On April Fool's Day, NASA officially launched their Artemis 2 rocket, claiming to take humans back to the moon in 2026. Going back to the moon, however, would require us having actually gone there before, which myself and many other researchers have debunked beyond any shadow of a doubt in several previous videos, showing that the original NASA moon landings were faked in a studio on Earth.
I still get whiplash anytime these assholes refer to themselves as researchers. It just has that adorable, look at me, I'm a superhero energy that little kids on the playground have. Anyway, no, Eric, you definitely did not do that. The footage from the Apollo missions was impossible to fake. There is no way to evenly illuminate the entire lunar surface with a single light other than by the sun. I've covered this in detail in my 2-part series debunking the crap out of Bart Sibrel, the premier moon landing denier. So go check those out if you missed them and want to learn about how any of these ridiculous talking points regarding shadows or whatever the hell else they bring up are mind-numbingly stupid. The shadows can't be faked. The dust from the lunar rover falling precisely as it would in a vacuum under 1/6 Earth gravity can't be faked. None of it was faked. Moving on.
Did you know that NASA is the world's largest purchaser of helium? Helium is a stable and very light element, used for sending balloons up into high altitude. NASA admittedly uses large amounts of helium to send up its satelloons.
Satelloons, how cute. Hey asshole, you know that you can see the ISS from the ground with the naked eye, right? Plenty of people have taken pictures of it. What a shocker, no balloons.
What? I've never seen the ISS before. What the fuck?
Just a satellite whizzing around the entire planet every 90 minutes.
But what about these rockets? Look at this image of the Artemis 2 live on Fox News. What does that look like to you? Honestly looking, without bias, doesn't that look like a giant inflatable blow-up toy?
No, it honestly does not. It looks like a fucking rocket.
Once the rocket is out of the public's view, after a couple minutes of genuine launch footage, true to form, NASA always switches to CGI. We can never get
Why do they do that?
full, live, unedited video focused straight ahead of the rocket, or with a view focused on Earth.
Except for when they did provide literally exactly that, uncut live footage from the side of the rocket from launch all the way up into orbit, which is not new at all since many SpaceX launches have also done that. You're pathetic.
Also, where are all the satellites and stars? There should be tens of thousands of satellites floating around up there, but we never see any of them whizzing by.
Space is really big, and they calculate a trajectory on purpose to avoid hitting any satellites. It's fucking NASA, dumbass. I know you've never met an actual smart person, but they can do math and shit. You're whining about how one of 10,000 phone booth-sized objects doesn't whiz by in a tiny portion of a volume significantly larger than the entire Earth. Use your brain.
Another thing I guarantee we won't see is independent video from people filming with super zoom cameras capturing Artemis 2 during its slingshot around the Earth,
Where are the
nor
super
during
zoomers?
its trip around the moon. P900 and P1000 cameras are able to zoom into the moon with incredible detail, but I guarantee if we all train our telescopes and cameras to the moon when Artemis 2 is supposedly passing by, not a single person will capture video of the rocket passing by the moon.
Well, dumbass, the moon is a gigantic celestial object reflecting huge amounts of sunlight, and the Orion spacecraft is a dinky little tin can that doesn't emit any light at all. Nevertheless, people have indeed been able to obtain footage of it using backyard telescopes. I guess you just didn't bother to check up on your own claim.
NASA has already started releasing new Earth images supposedly taken from Artemis 2, and they are just as dubious as ever.
Doobie.
Again, they are showing us Earth as a crisp, perfect circle/sphere in these images. Yet just moments earlier in their live stream, they were showing video of a clearly smushed Earth, looking nothing like the pictures released shortly after.
You're comparing a distorted freeze frame of GoPro footage to photographs taken by professional cameras. You're stupid.
So let's take a closer look at these images. Where are all the continents? We are seeing half of the globe in this image, and there is nothing but ocean and part of Africa. We are supposed to believe that all of North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Australia, and Antarctica are just hiding on the other 50% of the globe?
No, it's not ocean and part of Africa. It's almost all of Africa, the Atlantic Ocean, as well as much of South America and part of Europe.
Statistically speaking, because this guy's got a lot of subs, right? 4.3 million subs. Statistically speaking, somebody must have watched a Professor Dave video and come away thinking, you know, some of these flat earth dudes actually make some pretty good arguments. Statistically speaking, somebody probably did. They're like, you know what?
Here's an image showing you the land masses and approximate orientation of the picture. South America is obscured by clouds, but otherwise you can see a lot of this stuff. Here's Gibraltar leading to Spain, and then more Europe behind the rest of these clouds. You can also see city lights, the aurora, even Venus down here. It's a fucking incredible picture. But of course, Big Brain Eric says it's fake because NASA dum-dums didn't put enough land in the fake dumb picture. Airtight.
You can take these new images just released from NASA and run them through an advanced AI filter to check for authenticity and see for yourself.
Sorry, I cummed.
These images do not even pass AI scans for authenticity and are all coming back as confirmed CGI images. People honestly should be able to discern for themselves that these Earth images are clearly CGI. But if you don't trust your own discernment, even AI is telling you that that these are not real.
You gotta love the hypocrisy of idiot flat earthers telling us not to trust the big bad government and big bad SpaceX and all the big bad money people. But when it comes to AI that tells you whatever you want to hear, courtesy of the $1 trillion AI industry, well, those are just some straight shooting truth seekers that can be trusted implicitly, right? Oh, and don't forget that a bunch of people make shitty AI images, and then flat earthers share those either because they're too stupid to check for a source or because they're deliberately deceiving their viewers, and pretend they're being presented by NASA as genuine images. Welcome to the epistemological breakdown of the post-truth era, folks.
Watching otherwise intelligent grown adults being completely duped and stupefied by this propaganda is honestly embarrassing and pathetic. Starry-eyed NASA fanboys are so excited by the prospect of living in their imagined science fiction Star Trek future that they cannot see the deception for what it is. They hear about building bases on the moon and sending humans to colonize Mars, and these ideas, implanted by Hollywood, then fertilized by NASA, have taken such strong roots in their brains that they can no longer see the forest for the trees.
Yeah, people only believe things that Hollywood tells them to believe. Kind of like how every single one of you asshats have brainwashed morons into thinking they are in a Hollywood movie called The Matrix, and they are super brave heroes taking red pills and finding out the awesome truth. Funny how this logic actually works better on you, huh? Okay, let's move on from Eric Dubitch and hit our other favorite flurfball, David Weiss. You remember him from when I humiliated him more than anyone has been humiliated in human history, right? Great, let's check out some of his pathetic damage control. Look out, you guys. Davey is doing some internet sleuthing. Get to the fucking point, Weiss.
Like I'm watching a Zerka vid. What even is the point of flat earth theory? Is it like a religion thing? No, it's like it's just another thing where it's like the elites are trying to control you, and this is one of their forms of mind control, and the whole world around you is blah, 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 fake, but I have the truth and all that bullshit.
Okay, so it's what if they showed us video of the Earthrise, and then he plays a crappy animation he made himself and changed Artemis to Fartemis. Holy shit, you really got us there, champ. What do you imagine this tool was trying to achieve with this? Oh, look at that. He's hawking detox supplements now. Let's have a click. Masterpiece. We have no idea what's in it, but there's a peace sign and a leaf, so you know it's good. And it's quite the steal at $60. I wonder what Dave's cut is. Not making enough from your shitty Flat Earth app to get by, eh, Davey? Okay, here's another.
And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching.
Wow, this one is stupid even for him. Yeah, the moon looks way bigger than the sun to them, which is why the moon is able to eclipse the sun. It's able to block the sun from their viewpoint. That's called an eclipse, you half-wit. He genuinely thinks that if it doesn't look exactly like a solar eclipse looks on Earth's surface, that it's not called an eclipse. One thing obscures the light from another. Eclipse. That's what the moon did. They don't have to be the exact same angular size for it to be called an eclipse. Here's footage of the eclipse.
Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into see if there are other planets nearby. What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this.
The sun went behind the moon. Eclipse. You can see part of the corona on this edge of the moon over here as the sun is going behind the moon. Can you believe this dumbass actually made a video that's literally just him admitting he doesn't know what the word eclipse means? What else?
Wait, Pokeslot break.
You know how 6'7" is so trendy? My theory as to why that is because COVID happened 6-7 years ago. And being stuck indoors for so many months altered our perception of time. And so now whenever we think back to something, we're like, I don't know, like 6 or 7 years ago. Alongside the fact that 6'7" is pretty nice alliteration. What do you guys think? Am I kooky? I feel like that kind of makes sense. You know how 6'7"?
Who? Okay, now we're getting unhinged. Okay, chill.
That's basically the whole video. It's 1 minute and 44 seconds. He shows an amazing image from Artemis, puts photo in quotation marks, and then flashes an AI photo he made that he pretends is better, even though it's not, and makes no attempt whatsoever to explain why he thinks the photo is fake. That's it. This dumbass isn't even trying anymore. What else? Hooray, another instance of dumbfuck flat earthers not understanding rotational dynamics. How are these assholes still pretending that the earth is supposed to be spinning super fast? How is anyone still saying this shit? Genuinely. I have to understand how anyone could still be spewing this moronic talking point. It spins once a day. That's what a fucking day is.
So the earth spins once per day.
Yo, bro.
That's what a fucking day is. Did you know that? Do you know what a day means? It's how long it takes the Earth to spin around one time. So all of this 1,000 miles an hour bullshit just makes you sound like an idiot because it spins once a day. It spins at half the rate of the hour hand on a clock. Not so fast, is it?
Well.
Pretty funny shit, huh?
Yeah, really funny.
Yeah. Any response?
Yeah. You're full of shit.
Oh.
Am I full of shit about what a day is? Is a day 24 hours? What's a day, dude? Tell me what a day is.
Once a day, you guys, the Earth spins one.
I don't know, he kind of cooked him with that one, no?
One time in 24 hours. That's half as fast as the hour hand on a clock. How long did it take to get this photo? Oh, look at that, 1/4 of a second. So he took these two back to back, probably within seconds of each other. How much farther away should the Earth look in a couple seconds, dumbass? How much should the clouds have moved in a couple seconds, dumbass? How much should the Earth have spun in a couple seconds?
I feel like Dave has a lot of hate in his heart, no?
Dumbass. What's that? A completely negligible amount is the answer for all three questions? Then why the shit did you make this video? What else? Again, that's literally the whole video. An empty claim that all this footage of them in 0G was filmed on the Vomit Comet, and then a fake AI image he made himself, turning the spacecraft into a set. That's the end. These morons have become what they hate, shouting fake CGI at everything that's real while presenting their own shitty CGI as though they mean anything. Hey asshole, on the vomit comment, you get about 30 seconds of weightlessness. This video is 10 uncut minutes broadcast live of the Artemis crew talking to astronauts on the ISS, the first ever space-to-space call.
Integrity, this is the International Space Station. How do you hear?
Why does she sound like that, though?
Hey, International Space Station and Jessica, we have you loud and clear. How about us?
We have you loud and clear as well, and we have DME TV up, so we have a view of you right now, and it is making us so excited. We feel like you're here with us, and this is really just making our entire week right now.
We have been waiting for this like you can't imagine. Let me go check on our PFD. We are 201,726, now 25 nautical miles from planet Earth, which is just hard to believe. The scales are impossible to believe. And for the run of show this morning, I figured I'll say a quick hi, which I have done. I'll hand the microphone to fellow chump Jeremy. He can say a quick hi, and then we'll let you three A-balls just get on with it.
10 minutes of this. Everybody waitlist the whole time. Of course, this is not even remotely new. We've seen this from the ISS for decades. It doesn't mean a thing to them. They just make up bullshit about wires or whatever else they can pull out of their asses, as though it's possible to make balls of water float around on wires. Honestly, this is all really pathetic, even for Weiss. The guy just isn't even fucking trying anymore. Do we have anyone else? Do we have some fresh talent we can mock? How about this douchebag? Candid Truth. Ooh, he has truth in the name of his channel, so you know he's the real deal. Okay, dickbag, tell us about Artemis 2 fakery exposed because of a green screen glitch hoax.
That organization, NASA, the Hebrew word for to deceive, to beguile, to delude, to lead astray, is at their old tricks again.
NASA is not a word in Hebrew, it's an acronym. These morons genuinely think that an organization whose purpose is to deceive everyone would name themselves to deceive. But yes, they are indeed up to their old tricks, sending people into space.
Here is the latest green screen glitch on Artemis. Check this out. Watch this little ball. They've been playing with this little globe head ball, literally. And you see these letters? You see I, N. You can see through this little ball as it spins, and certain colors begin to show. And you can see that the green screen, or the blue screen in this case, is showing through, and you're actually seeing letters where it should be blue. All right, you got some splaining to do. I got questions. If this is fake, then, you know, point it out to me. Show me where the original clip is, how this was edited.
Wow, kooky stuff. This one required a quick Googling, which morons like this will never do. Failed text overlay from a third-party news station syndicating the NASA feed. The original official feed does not show this.
Well, just from what I overheard from some of the conferences and then what I enjoyed watching with my family, I think there's a lot going on. It's been interesting to hear what they have witnessed on the news and in social media, but also their launch experience. I got to hear the first story.
See that? Nothing. No letters, no green screen trickery, just 4 people in space. You claim you want to see the original footage, but it took me literally 30 seconds to find it, which means you couldn't take 30 seconds to fact check this bullshit before making this dumb video and contributing to disinformation on the internet. How embarrassing. Every single example of some crap like this is always trivially explainable, so we don't need to do a bunch of them. Got anything better?
How's it even traveling? There's no atmosphere to push off of. You can't use flame thrusters. Do they have just huge CO2 tanks that are pushing air out? How is this thing even navigating right now?
Yes,
Professor Dave always is angry. Professor Dave is always angry.
Genuinely doing the what is it pushing off of thing. Holy fucking hell. Hey, dumbass, it's Newton's third law.
It's a shtick.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Expelling huge amounts of gas produces forward thrust. It doesn't have to push off of anything. Stand on a skateboard and throw a bowling ball, you'll start to roll. Did you push off of anything? No. Newton's third fucking law. Rockets don't need to push off of anything. They generate thrust. Get an education. Should we do one more from this tool?
We're sending people back to the moon, right? You believe the first moon landing, right? 1969, you remember that footage? looked like a terrible black and white ghostly footage. And this was a year after Stanley Kubrick's movie Space Odyssey 2001 that had these amazing, beautiful graphics, full color. But for some reason, when we went to the moon, the biggest accomplishment in human history, we had this footage that was black and white and ghostly, and you could barely even see what was going on.
2001 was a movie, you incompetent buffoon. A Hollywood feature film. Do you have any idea what kind of equipment was used to make that movie? You want the Apollo astronauts to bring an entire Hollywood film crew and top-notch cinematic equipment with them in the tiny tin can that could barely fit 3 people. Are you genuinely this much of a brain-dead loser?
When you look at the launch itself, this is what you see. Notice that arc. Where's that arc headed? The moon's right here. You can clearly see the moon above it. The arc is going out somewhere into the ocean, it looks like, because these rockets never go to space.
It's going to Earth orbit, you dumb piece of shit. It doesn't just go in a straight line from the ground to the moon. First it goes to orbit, then it does a translunar injection burn to establish its trajectory to the moon. There was live footage of them doing all of this. You could watch them do it. If you're too lazy to do that, you could Google it for 5 seconds and learn about it. But no, we just get, me no understand how rocket goes, so it fake. Where the fuck is the footage of the rocket coming back down into the ocean, dumbass? Don't you think somebody might have seen that? What about the live footage from the rocket? We all watched it take off, so when does that switch to CGI fake, whatever the fuck you're pretending it is? Got a moment you can pinpoint? You're dumber than rocks.
You can never watch a rocket launch and watch it go straight up and continue to go up into outer space. Never happens. You can look this up yourself, and you'll see that every space launch arcs out into the ocean. The shortest distance between 2 places is a straight line. But, you know, they're going to tell you, people in the comments are going to say, oh, you don't understand science. They have to, like, orbit the Earth and whip around to get enough speed to pop out of that atmosphere. This is insane, the stuff that we believe. Why do we just believe this stuff?
Why do people believe the very obvious and objectively true explanation that debunks the dumb shit you just said? Because not everyone has an IQ below room temperature.
That somehow if you go up high enough that you just reach this barrier that somehow you can go through it and pop, and suddenly you're floating in outer space and you're no longer in Earth's atmosphere with gravity and all these things. Like there's this bubble around this Earth that we're in, somehow keeping our atmosphere in.
That's the firmament, by the way.
But we can actually go through it and not pop the bubble. And, you know, there's all these things about Van Allen radiation belts. And when the astronauts were asked about it, they were like, oh, I don't know anything about it. Did we go through it? Yeah, we must have went through it. Then we went right through it. No problems. Nope, must not have been. I went right through it. This is all crazy pseudoscience nonsense. It's a deception.
There's no bubble and there's no deception. There's nothing to get through. There's no dome. There's no brick wall. There's no firmament. There's no ice shield. It's a fucking planet with an atmosphere held by gravity that dissipates along a gradient until there's none left, and boom, you're in space. You're still influenced by Earth's gravity, you're just in free fall. So if your velocity is large enough, you don't have to expel any energy to stay up there. Once they're there, they do safety checks, ensure they are precisely aligned with the moon, and then they do the burn and head to the moon. It's not that fucking hard to understand.
You start to see the thing lift off, and you watch it go. It's going straight up. Ooh, it's going towards space. But what do we see happening already? I'm already starting to see it making its way towards 1 o'clock. Here we go. This is what we see every time. Oh, now it's going towards 2 o'clock. I mean, you can even see on this visualization, the CGI, they're showing you. Look at this. We're at 3 o'clock. The rocket is going down.
Wait, how do I feed this?
The rocket is now going down, and nobody questions this. No, people are watching this. They want to see a rocket go to space. The rocket's going down, guys. There's a problem.
How the fuck is it going down, you moron? Deviating from straight up does not equal going down. You strike me as someone who mixes up left and right quite a bit. What's poisoned your brain so badly that you're throwing this tantrum in the first place?
That's what's coming, guys. An antichrist spirit is coming to bring about a one world religion
Okay.
that's all about coexist and love and unity and tolerance and acceptance, unless you follow the commandments of God. Then you can't be tolerated or accepted. If you believe, thus saith the Lord, the Bible is true, Jesus said, I am the way, not a way, but the way, the truth, and the life, you're the problem. You can't be accepted. You can't be tolerated. So tolerance and love for everyone except for true Christianity. There's a lot of false Christianity out there. There's a lot of false Christians who will accept this deception because they're not grounded on the rock. They're not solidified on the Word of God. And thus they will be deceived by what is soon to come.
Shocking, isn't it? It's funny how flat earthers used to be only half ultra-religious nutbars, while the other half would actually try to make what they thought were scientific arguments. Now it's just nuh-uh and because Bible says. You hate to see the dumbest community in the entire world get even dumber. Do we have any other fresh meat? Here's some guy named Vegetable Police. He says NASA faked going to the moon again. He's actually scraping together better view counts than the OG bozos, so let's see if he has a fresh take on this stuff.
It's a little suspicious that you launched your rocket on April Fool's Day. That wasn't a question, really.
That
I'm
is
just
kinda
wondering
why,
why
though.
you did that. Are we the
Good troll.
joke?
Good troll.
It seems like the worst day possible if you want to be taken serious. Why would you do that? Like a clear joke, only they're extending the joke, so it's like April Fool's week now. That's a problem, but that's weird, is it not? You picked that day.
No, it's not weird. They were going to launch in February, there were some delays due to technical issues, and April 1st was the earliest optimal launch window. NASA is sending people into space. They don't give a shit about dumb holidays that don't actually mean anything. If this is what you're leading with, I shudder to think about the rest.
My second question would be, you posted a really cool picture. Up until now, there's not really been an actual photo of the Earth. It's all composites. NASA admits this. They say, like, we can't actually take a picture, but here's basically 20 pictures put together, and we added some clouds and stuff. So, like, they work on it in Photoshop, but now we have a picture, and they post this thing.
There are countless photos of the Earth from space, dipshit. All of the images from the Apollo missions. The Himawari satellites have been taking a full image of Earth every 10 minutes for over a decade. You have the internet. Use it.
And I'm thinking, okay, nighttime, dark Earth. Okay, can't really tell much, but the fishy, that's not fishy. What's fishy is the very same day they post this image where it's not nighttime, and it's the same damn image. It's all the clouds are identical, same position. 12, you're trying to tell me 12 hours later, not one cloud moved.
The clouds aren't
on
even
Earth.
moving?
I can't believe how many idiots are fumbling this image. Again, it's not 12 hours later, you fucking moron. It's the same shot taken again right away, but with long exposure. This is not sunlight.
So long exposure makes it so it's in the daytime?
This is moonshine. This is the Earth being illuminated by the moon. You can see the halo of the sun on the other side of the Earth, genius. You can even see nighttime city lights. Didn't catch that with your big brain, huh? And it's not just the clouds that are in the same spot, it's everything. The continents too, because once again, it's the same shot, just brighter, because more light is gathered for the long exposure shot. You really think NASA is gonna fake two images, say they're 12 hours apart, and change absolutely nothing about the positions of everything on Earth, land, clouds, whatever, and just make the other one brighter? How dumb are you?
I took that image, downloaded the original file, uploaded it to the shutter count file to find out how many pictures have been taken with that camera. The number, I don't know if this means anything, 5565. For all you number Nazis down there who are like, oh my God, that means God. We killed fire. But I was curious, and I entered those into a gematria website, and I got some strange phrases. Don't trust the devil ever, 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 ever. That's a little suspicious, if I'm being honest with you.
What are the chances, though, guys?
I don't know.
Oh, he's a numerology lunatic. That explains a lot. Yes, a random phrase with an arbitrary number of evers matches a random number. Holy shit, space must be fake. We found the only thing dumber than flat Earth, guys.
It's almost as if there's a dome that a dog built, and we can't get out of it. Uh-oh, your rocket. instead of doing that against the dog's dome, it has to curve and come back down.
That's right, another moron pretending that rockets go up and then come back down right away, even though we can all see with the naked eye that they don't do that. Plus all the uncut live footage of them going to space. More of this brain rot next week on episode 429 of Idiots Denying What They Can See with Their Own Eyeballs.
NASA is going to the moon to invoke. They're going to... You've all heard that one day coming is an alien invasion, and that's what kickstarts this whole new world bullshit. That one government, let's all band together to fight those guys. So this is, maybe we're in those times.
Are these people actually mentally unwell? I'm sure for some of them there are. I'm sure for some of them they've gone so deep into it that like they become kind of emotionally and psychologically invested, and then they kind of learn all the quote unquote science, so they can't really be brought out without like a fuck ton of shit. I don't know.
Right now, NASA is about to go to the dark side of the moon, somehow behind the dog's dome. Good luck with that. Going there, all of a sudden awakens the aliens on the dark side, and they're like, what the hell are you guys doing here? We told you we had a pact with your Egyptian ancestors. Never come back here. We scared you away. And then they're going to attack Earth with holograms, and it's begun. The end is now. And save some rice in your basement, because we're all fucked.
Okay, it's starting to dawn on me that this could be parody. Emphasis on could. He doesn't seem to have a lot of flat earth or moon landing denial content, so I don't really know what this is. But his viewers are definitely eating it up. At any rate, let's move on to the final debacle. Here is Mark Sargent and David Weiss doing a live reaction together on launch day. What a meeting of the minds. Do you think these two bozos have anything smart to say? They can't muster up a single coherent thought, even with writing and planning involved. Do you think an off-the-cuff reaction will go any better?
Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch. Verifying no constraints. Go for launch.
Yes, Mark, sending people to the moon for the first time in 50 years is slightly dramatic. They have to check a bunch of shit. This isn't like driving a golf cart. Hey, where's Weiss? Finishing up his shift at the chicken shack?
Patient on the short purge. ECL copies. And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification,
I have never seen a 10-minute counter take so long to get to. Oh, how could I not do it live? Actually, it was DJ's idea. That's weird. Why don't I see Dave on the screen?
Just wrapping up some final work.
Hang on. I don't see you on the stream. I see you in my window, but I don't see you in the screen. What the heck?
For the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start.
Dave, is your microphone on?
Uh-oh.
Toggle your microphone. That is weird. I see you in StreamYard.
Software
I do not see you on the freaking live stream.
System in the firing room acts like a conductor of an orchestra.
What happened?
Executing hundreds of commands and precise.
I mean, you see me, right? You see me in StreamYard? Yeah. Toggle your microphone.
It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212 short purge
What the hell?
Could Dave's grandson come out here and help him figure out his gear? Mark is over there whining about how launching a rocket into space takes too long, while his partner in crime can't even join a live stream in under 10 minutes.
I mean, you saw how many people watched the Katy Perry launch, right? And that thing was just dissected and instantly. This has so many people looking at it.
Look, there's always going to be animals. So they have a bird. They have a fake bird flying through the scene right now.
Oh, yeah. That
on the rocket.
Wait, was that a bird or a helicopter?
It's a bird.
We are counting down.
And here comes another one.
What are big birds doing in there?
Well, they got to put them in big enough because
otherwise you won't see them.
I didn't have it on my bingo card that we would see Flat Earth crossover with the birds aren't real satirical conspiracy, but nothing surprises me these days. Birds are fake because Dave's...
This video is 8 hours long?
Now, the biggest victims of
whatever the hell this phenomenon is, are not only the people who fall into the almost inescapable black hole that is the world of conspiracy theories, but more so their friends and families. It's genuinely sad to see just how common it is that this worldview and everything that comes along with it actually ruins people's lives.
I'm going to be driving separate to Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because there's family tension. They're all excited about living on the globe, and I say, I know that's a lie.
Before you became a professor, did you feel part of society?
No, increasingly I've removed myself from society because it's a wicked society. It's evil in places. And my ex-wife actually thinks I'm crazy. She thinks I'm mentally ill. It's not craziness.
How my wife talks to me when I tell her about Hassan for the 47th day in a row. She just doesn't get it.
Literally what a true scientist should be like.
Just watch those videos. It's scientifically impossible to watch 3 of them and not become a flat earther. So don't watch it if you're not ready to be cut off from your family because you're a flat earther.
Where I lost my credibility is before I found flat earth, I was into a lot of other bullshit. You know, structures on the moon.
Vaccines.
John Teeter. Remember that time traveler? Yeah.
Clean water.
You know, people like this, which I did bring up to people around me. So my credibility because of them, pretty much the circle around me was lost.
I've shared it with my mother, my daughter, 2 guys who I was dating who didn't want to date me anymore after I told them about my belief in the flat earth.
Are you off the market or are you just not really looking?
Currently off the market. Got some drama I don't want to get back into too soon. So,
You know, I have 4 children. My sons are grown. Them and their mother, who's my ex-wife, kind of think Dad's a little gone off his rocker.
That's the thing. You're right. The heliocentric model is way too complicated. It's ridiculous. Flat Earth is simple. It's simple.
I know. I think you've just proved my point, David.
What?
It's simple, and it means that we get to, if we believe in it, we get to feel really clever, and we get to feel cleverer than all the clever people at school who made fun of us when we were
clever
younger.
before this. Are you kidding me? I was way clever. Now I don't talk to my brother and sister. I lost friends. Okay.
Fuck me.
Okay? Yeah,
well, you should get on with them.
Jesus.
You should get on with them. You know, screw ideologies. Don't let them tear families apart. That's the main thing. Go and call your siblings after this.
Okay. Thanks.
Will you?
No.
Just finalized the divorce. I no longer speak to my parents, my brother, or anybody else, other than people that are interested in doing truth research.
See, when you work and you have a family, you've got to hide in between. That's what you got to do, to put videos out and wake up people. You know, my significant other is supportive with me, but she's not quite there yet. You know, where I can just lay everything out. You know, and then she will be. I can promise you that. You know, my daughter's different. When I grew up, the solar system was stationary.
All right, come on.
How much crossover do you think there's between maggots and flat earthers? My guess is going to be, I'm going to guess 80% of flat earthers are, no, I'm going to guess 60 to 70%. Because I bet there's a decent chunk of them that don't vote because they think that both parties are like round earthers or whatever.
You sound bullshit.
Jimmy, give me like 5 minutes.
No, you've had it all morning. I'm just freezing out somebody down.
Oh, Jesus. Did I react to the latest? Wait, Contrapoints made a new video? Are you talking about this one? A month ago?
In 2004,
oh my
Lionsgate released
God. Was that the PlayStation 2 noise? Am I crazy? No, the Windows 95 noise. That's what it was. Never mind.
In 2004, Lionsgate released a movie that shocked the world, becoming a surprise box office hit despite its controversial depictions of extreme violence. The name of that movie, of course, was Fahrenheit 9/11.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Now, I was born in the 1900s, before the towers fell, but I never saw that movie because it was rated R and I was a minor. And I couldn't get anyone to go with me because everyone said that it was liberal bullshit.
Like husbands carrying their dead wives and things like that, that was extremely difficult to deal with because you're like, shoot.
But one October afternoon, in an act of teenage rebellion, I went to the theater myself and I bought a ticket to The Princess Diaries 2 Royal Engagement. This was my cover story. I crossed the box office threshold, intending to begin my new life as a juvenile delinquent. But it turned out Fahrenheit 9/11 wasn't playing anymore, and I was determined to commit some kind of cinema crime, so I just snuck into a random movie called Saw, which I knew nothing about and was in no way psychologically prepared for. In this movie, Saw, There's these two guys, Dr. Lawrence Gordon and Very Fucking Confused.
My name is Very Fucking Confused!
Also known as Adam. They wake up in a grungy bathroom with their ankles chained to pipes and realize they've been kidnapped by a serial killer known as Jigsaw, who appears to his victims in the guise of a gay clown riding a tricycle to deliver his signature phrase, "I want to play a game."
I want to play a game. 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 I want to play a game.
I'd like to play a game.
You want to play games, motherfucker?
Now these games, or
Samuel
traps,
Jackson.
are like ramshackle, torture-themed escape rooms where the victim has to suffer to survive. For example, one guy has to crawl through a maze of razor wire. Another guy is covered in flammable jelly and has to walk around on broken glass using a candle to find the code to a safe. And this woman Amanda has to dig into a guy's intestines to get the key to a reverse bear trap attached to her head before it rips her face apart. Jigsaw condemns his victims for failing to appreciate their
Dig through another guy? Well, I mean, that seems kind of easy compared to the rest, no?
lives.
Most people are so ungrateful to be alive. But not you. Not anymore.
He claims the traps are rehabilitation, offering victims an opportunity to be reborn by defying death and redeeming life through sacrifice of flesh and blood. When a victim dies, he cuts a jigsaw piece out of their skin to symbolize a missing part of them, the will to survive. Now, most of Jigsaw's victims
Holy shit, wait, I never knew that part, and I've seen like 5 of these movies. I didn't know he cut a jigsaw piece out. What the fuck? That's why his name is Jigsaw!
don't survive, which makes his
shit! My brain just expanded. Oh my god.
rationale highly questionable. You can't be grateful to be alive if you're dead. In fact, the traps seem more like cruel, ironic punishments that turn supposed sins against the sinner.
To turn each sin against the sinner.
Paul, the victim of the razor wire maze, is condemned by Jigsaw for self-harming.
But if you want to live, you'll have to cut yourself again. How much blood will you shed?
Jesus.
To stay alive, Paul.
Dr. Gordon.
Can you guess what the conclusion of this video is going to be before you watch it? What the fuck will this video be about? I don't know yet. No clue. My guess is something to do with the current political climate. Somebody putting you through a trial. Hurt yourself to get better. Trump mega, I'm ready. Let's see.
Sin was that he didn't spend enough time with his family. He worked too much. He was having an affair.
Kill him.
So now he has to murder Adam in this bathroom, or Jigsaw will have his wife and daughter whacked to teach a valuable life lesson.
You have to die. No, I want to live! I want to live!
Sorry. Lawrence escapes the bathroom trap by amputating his own leg with a hacksaw. Oh hey, that's the name of the movie. Jigsaw then reveals his true identity in a twist that's more than 2 decades old, so you're not allowed to complain about spoilers. He then locks Adam in the bathroom to die alone. Game over.
Game over.
And the credits roll to the sounds of Adam's haunting screams. So, this was a difficult way for my teenage self to learn that maybe there's actually a reason movies are rated R, and maybe I was not, in fact, mature enough to handle it.
Can we get out of here? No, I'm enjoying this. Well, I can't watch.
I left the theater feeling traumatized by what I'd seen, and actually wishing I'd been one theater over watching The Princess Diaries.
Dear Diary, well, it's me.
Why the party, darling?
Yeah, we're just having a little bit of fun.
I remember wandering the cinema hallways afterward, thinking that Saw, the movie itself, was cruel, evil even, that the director was probably a psychopath, and that the only people who could possibly enjoy watching it were, no doubt, sadistic perverts. Anyway, I've been watching the Saw movies a lot lately. There are 10 of them now, maybe more by the time I finish this video for Halloween, Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day. The Saw sequels are so graphically violent, they make the first one look like, well, like the Princess Diaries.
I offered to have him hung by his toes in our courtyard.
It's still kind of weird seeing Saw promos on buses and like at Taco Bell, but in the last 20 years, I've acquired a taste for this sort of thing. When I was a teenage boy, I had the sensibility of an old woman. And
You're currently banned from... Why am I banned from the community? Get noted. Is it because I post on the Destiny subreddit? Leaning right. Destiny also leans right, like the majority of liberals. Destiny is a liberal commentator who supports Democratic candidates like Biden, criticizes Trump, and conservatives advocates universal health, abortion, trans rights. Oh, cool. Wait, did that actually get noted, or did they undo that one yet? Oh, it's still there. I find this one very helpful. High quality citations. It's about me. It is easy to understand. It does directly address the post claim. Does provide important context. Does not lean right. Would that be considered neutral on bias? Yeah, you know what? And other. Yeah, you know what? I just super fucking agree with that note. Hell yeah. Got to be the most cringe community note I've ever seen. Thinking that people who support liberal democracy and don't support a communist revolution as right-leaning is insane. Am I taking crazy pills? How is no one bringing up that Destiny is a huge genocide supporter and was literally paid by Israel to do propaganda? Like, I know it was cool to support Israel in the past, but to call it genocide supporter 2026 left-wing is crazy. Anyone who supports the current Israeli regime can't be described as left-wing. Destiny is like right-leaning. He is what a right-leaning moderate actually looks like. It's just that the right has shifted so far right that people think he's left-wing. If you're pro-capitalism, you're by definition right-wing. Everybody in Sweden, everybody in Norway, everybody in Denmark, all right-wingers. Modern day establishment Democrats are farther to the right than Reagan. Nayara is a German leftist who thinks anything right of Maoism is a Nazi. Take everything she says with a grain of salt and a dose of antipsychotics. Jesus. If it's so easy to debunk, why do they avoid him? Because he tries to have sex with them. Are you okay? Jesus Christ! What, are you just gonna randomly fall on my dick if you tweet at me? Holy shit. He absolutely is right-leaning. Like, maybe not in America, not America's insane far-right Overton window, but if he was European, he'd be conservative, just like Bernie Sanders is a conservative in Europe. What issues would he be voting conservative on in the European context? His unabashed support for Israeli war crimes? I'm sorry, what European countries are regularly taking votes on yays for Israeli war crimes and nays for Palestinian war crimes, I guess. Jesus Christ. You just have to go to his Wikipedia page and listen to any of his podcasts to see he's an insane genocide apologist. Do I have genocide apologist on my Wikipedia? Is that a thing? Oh, Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This is my quote about the whole conflict. Following the 2023 Hamas attack on Israel, Bonnell expressed support for Israel, stating, "The Palestinians are oppressed by all the Arab countries, and no country from them, which is supposed to be on their side, has bothered to offer them a real solution, and yet their anger is directed fully at Israel, and unjustifiably, in my opinion." In a debate with Nathan J. Robinson, Bonnell argued against the Palestinian right of return, believing it would make peace and a two-state solution impossible. Robinson responded by arguing that the Arab leaders, Yasser Arafat and the Arab Peace Initiative, have shown a willingness to compromise on the right of return. Well, but neither of these do. The Arab Peace Initiative doesn't mention a compromise on it, and Arafat definitely never did, so that's not even true. What is the context of this one quote? I don't know what the fuck. This is on November 22nd, 2023. Hassan Faikar. Uh-oh. Did I give a quote for this, or did they take it from a video? I don't remember. I'm not sure how much of this quote I would stand by at this point. However, the full quote, I feel like, is a bit more nuanced than the article. There is a tendency among quite a few liberals in the U.S. to support the Palestinians, says Bonnell. I can understand that. As a group, they suffer from oppression and a very difficult life, but the tendency of Americans online to blame Israel alone for this suffering is incorrect and comes with a bit of anti-Semitism and a general anti-Western attitude. If you think about the Palestinian situation in depth, you can understand how the residents of the Gaza Strip come to a state of support for Hamas and even terrorist acts. But this is not an informed decision, but one of distress. The Palestinians suffer oppression from all Arab countries. Not one of them, which is supposed to be on their side, has bothered to offer them a real solution, and yet their anger is directed entirely at Israel, and unjustly, in my opinion. Yeah, this is... I think I would largely kind of agree with this. And with this before, there are quite a few Americans from the liberal left, a very active and vocal group on networks like Twitter, who tend to automatically fall into the conventions of white equals occupier, dark skin equals oppressed. But as you know, in the Middle East, the situation is more complex. Did it... I guess maybe it was... The quote was taken from this video? Jesus. I feel like that's a wild quote to rip. I feel like it's a wild part to just rip the second part of this, but okay. Also, by the way, none of the pro-Pallies anymore, now that they're all mask off, none of them want a two-state solution anymore. Jesus Christ, dude. Meow. It's wild how much people know about streamers these days. What issues make him right-leaning in Europe? The fact that he's rabidly Islamophobic. Well, it's like, it doesn't, they're not even, it's just like making shit up about me. Holy fuck. You just like make shit up. What? I also love how, like, Europe is just coming off of a 10-year fucking mega right-wing flirtation stage where Macron, like, strategically but barely fended off fucking Marie Le Pen, who, that whole party is fucking crazy, where Germany was, like, worried about the rise of the single-party AfD was almost into a fucking... Was what, like, come on, like, almost, weren't they close to being able to form a government on their own, the AfD? I don't know how large they got. I feel like that party was a single larger party in Germany, no? Obviously, the UK Brexited, and they had fucking, like, 10 years plus of conservative rule. I like this idea that like Europe is this like super far lefty. Yeah, you had Orban and fucking Hungary for over a decade, right? I like how Europe is this far lefty paradise. Corbyn and that whole coalition completely fell apart in the United Kingdom. Well, I don't understand where this idea comes from that Europe is this, and also we're only talking about like Western Europe, save Hungary, right? We're only talking about like Western Europe right now. This is Western Europe, which is like the most fucking left-leaning place or whatever. I love this idea that somehow where is all the socialism in Europe? Where are these super far lefty governments? And yeah, we're all the super far socialist, lefty, ultra progressive. Like, I hate Americans so much. I hate Americans so much. Oh my fucking God. And we're not even getting into social issues on which the United States of America is, I don't know if I would say significantly to the left of Europe, but quite a bit to the left of Europe. I would say on like especially when you get into topics like fucking DEI and like the, anything related to like trans stuff. I just hate Americans. Fuck. Dems are center right. Dems are seen as right-leaning by Europeans that have moderate socialist parties in the mainstream. In my country, we actually have a socialism party. How many seats do they have in your parliament? They just got their second one ever. So, actually, I actually need some respect. Our Socialist Party, we actually have 15 seats in our parliament. Oh, Socialist Party, do they want to abolish all capital? Well, no, but they were pushing for expansion of our cooperatively owned apartments. They're socialists. Fucking give me a... Dude. I like how it switched that in the United States... Now, socialist and leftist literally means like fucking like anti-capitalist, like anti-liberal socialist. But in fucking Europe, unironically, the majority of at least younger Europeans now, to them, socialism is like when government does stuff. Like I've argued with multiple Europeans in Europe who legitimately, when they say socialist, like 10 years ago, if I were to ask a person, what does socialist mean to you? And somebody goes, oh, like Norway and Sweden. Okay, that's not socialism. They're capitalist countries. But now, if I ask that question to an American, what does a socialism mean to you? Oh, workers, proletariat, seize the capital from the capital owners. If somebody says it, well, large government, social safety nets, that's like a European today. They say this shit. Younger Europeans do. I don't know why. Or at least the ones that I've spoken to. Maybe they're more online. Jesus. When he tells Israeli soldiers to have fun doing war crimes. Have fun, do the war crimes. Telling IOF soldiers to have fun, but not post it online. Is this even a post to my video? Oh, no, it's just the Instagram reel. Destiny, a U.S. political commentator and live streamer, told Israeli soldiers on his Hasbara tour, people don't like seeing your war crimes. Don't film yourself in women's clothing. Just put the camera away and have fun. To my army of IDF soldiers. Oh my fucking God. Leans underage base. He leans genocide and texting underage. Okay. He does as long as it hurts Palestinians. Destiny isn't left-leaning. He's a circus monkey who shouts whatever the opposite of his debate opponent says, even if they've made a career researching the discussion topic. The shit he says about Palestinians or BLM protesters when he gets mad are shit no liberal or progressive worth their salt would touch. He's also the most transphobic guy, ostensibly to support trans rights. See, also, anytime he's mad at a trans leftist, what the fuck? What are we sourcing here? The sad thing is that even my own fucking fans have the I need a fucking PR tool. I need the agents. Who was that one guy that came on? Who was like, you attack Hassan always. Like, I've seen you shit on him so hard for his America deserved 9/11 statement. I'm like, what? What? Why? Why? Is this sub just a new LSF? Oh shit, do a lot of my clips or things get posted here? Guy who's on video. I like how everything is, literally everything is Israel now. Holy shit. Supports the genocide in Gaza. Sex pestity. Who spreads nude photos of underage girls to other underage girls. The sex traffic underage middleman facilitator. The minor matchmaker. Holy shit. The minor matchmaker as a way of flirting. That's what they call me. I have a network of underage girls that are just constantly being connected to one another. Also, what does this even have to do with left or right? What, pedophile is a right-wing belief? You can't be a left-wing pedophile? Really? Not a single... You're telling me that Jared from Subway was voting for Bush the second time? Come on. Really? That's how bad it is. Another girl other than Pixie was a victim of him sharing nudes without permission. Okay, well now we've abandoned all the underage claims. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I knew it. H3 and Destiny fans took over this subreddit. Why can't far left own every single fucking subreddit? We should have every single fucking one. I can't believe this. It's gotta be every single fucking subreddit. It has to be our fucking... Jesus. Do I actually get posted that much on here? That these people are so fucking ass-pained? Holy shit. Destiny. I don't even know. Okay. Jesus Christ.
And now that I'm an old woman, I have the taste of a teenage boy. Or maybe I just stopped being such a snob. Lots of people like these movies. In 2010, Saw became the highest grossing horror franchise of all time, raking in unthinkable stacks of cash. The series continues horror franchise of all time, raking
Jesus.
in unthinkable stacks of cash. The series continues to be loved by millions of fans, some of whom are not sadistic perverts. James Wan, co-creator of the first film with writer Lee Whannell, has directed several other popular horror movies and probably is not a psychopath. So I think my original judgment of Saw was wrong. I had an emotional reaction, and instead of reflecting on that, I got sanctimonious. But that's understandable. I was 15,
I'm so glad Contra makes fucking videos. Because I hate all trans people. But when I finally found the one trans person that welcomed Hillary Clinton into their home, I was like, thank God. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Jesus.
Sheltered. I'd never seen torture in a movie before, and as the type of person who swallows antidepressants to hide the pain.
You're the type of person who swallows antidepressants to hide the pain.
Why is Jigsaw anti-medication? Jesus.
I felt personally attacked by Jigsaw's targeting of mentally ill victims like Amanda, who's an addict, and Paul, who Jigsaw accuses of self-harming for attention.
Did you cut yourself because you truly wanted to die, or did you just want some attention?
I identified...
Okay, maybe the majority, a lot of self-harm can be for attention, but it's like... I mean, it's still like self-harm. It's still like the person is like having trouble. Like I'm never really sure what the claim is that, well, no, that I'm being stupid. I'm being obtuse. I guess the claim is that you're not actually trying to kill yourself, which can be true, but it is still like a pretty desperate cry for help. So I don't understand, but now I'm going to test you to see if you really truly deserve to live. Oh, Jesus.
With these characters, I felt like the movie wanted to hurt me. I didn't have the media literacy to distinguish between Jigsaw's viewpoint and the viewpoint of the film itself, which, again, is understandable. 15-year-olds aren't supposed to have sophisticated thoughts about movies, which, theoretically, is the job of professional film critics. So it's less understandable that, in the 2000s, many professional film critics had basically the same dumb opinion about Saw that I did. Critics despise these movies, and they had some very harsh words to say about the swinish vulgarians swarming into theaters to watch them. Quote, Saw has art house ambitions, but it's nothing but a glorified snuff film. A sicko horror film whose sadism is topped only by its absurdity. Gore for the sake of gore. A quick, cheaply produced studio money-making machine feeding off Americans' insatiable bloodlust. It's the perfect movie for people who spent their childhood pulling the wings off flies and incinerating ants with a magnifying glass, but never got around to becoming serial killers themselves. It ought to be condemned as nothing less than Nazi filmmaking. So, isn't this a little bit hysterical? It's fine to not like Saw, that's a valid opinion. You're allowed to not like it. It is definitely not for everyone, but professional critics should be able to defend that opinion without lazily accusing the audience of being Nazis and serial killers. Critics of Saw often framed the series as a symptom of post-9/11 American sadism, the same sickness that led us to Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib. And while it's true that America is full of psychopaths who gladly kill and torture for fun, I don't think the Saw movies are the best evidence for that. The White House Twitter account is, "Get your concentration camp merch now."
True.
Also, the creators of Saw aren't even American. James Wan and Lee Whannell are both Australian, and the majority of Saw franchise box office revenue is international. Isn't that inspiring? Despite our national differences, we can all come together to enjoy violence. Many critics were so outraged by Saw, they didn't even bother to engage with it as art, instead dismissing the movies as snuff films with nothing to offer but gore for the sake of gore. This misrepresentation defined Saw's reputation and still does. The phrase that people usually use is torture porn, a disapproving term coined in 2006 by critic David Edelstein to describe a trend of horror movies with graphic scenes of bondage and mutilation. Specifically Saw, Hostel, Wolf Creek, The Devil's Rejects, and Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ.
Do you believe God wrote this film?
Wow. God ordains everything.
The terrible reputation of torture porn rests on two main accusations. One is that torture porn is sadistic and therefore morally corrosive. It allegedly appeals only to the baser instincts. Oh, you know the ones. Accusation 2 is that torture porn is the lowest form of horror, that movies like Saw use gore for shock value because they're cynical cash grabs that are simply too lazy and unsophisticated to think of smarter ways to scare people.
It sucks. It's not scary, it's gross. I hate all that torture porn shit.
The 2000s torture porn trend is still often maligned as the horror genre's flop era. People compare it negatively both to classic slashers like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, Friday the 13th, and to the current trend of elevated horror. Starting with The Babadook,
AKA
The Witch,
every A24 movie ever.
Hereditary, and Get Out. Movies that endeared the horror genre to gatekeepers of middle-brow taste, with artful cinematography and ostentatious use of allegory to explore serious themes. Oh, the monster is a metaphor for trauma. Wow,
What?
that's really elevated. It's so elevated, the camera's turning upside down. Whoa!
Pretty girls should always smile.
Oh, this is a movie about patriarchal beauty standards. That's a theme. Themes are very elevated.
Pretty girl.
Okay, to be fair, there are only so many themes one can explore, okay? We're all humans, like, trauma's like, I'm pretty sure there's probably like, I bet if you study film or media or whatever, there's probably like 8 themes, like every single movie, play, or whatever is written about, like love, trauma, fucking family shit, growing up, coming of age. I'm sure there's probably like 8 fucking broad themes that everything is encompassed by.
Should always smile. Pretty girls should always smile.
All right, we got it. Thank you.
We need her young. We need her hot.
Ugh. It's only a matter of time until a character in a horror movie says the word neoliberalism.
That's what keeps the shareholders happy.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love elevated horror. Many of these films are objectively better than Saw, and I'm glad that horror is finally getting the critical recognition it deserves. But with that recognition comes the risk of smugness. And all this elevation is giving me a contrarian urge to act as a defense attorney on behalf of torture porn, supposedly a stupid genre for perverts and pig people with nothing of substance to say. say. I think these accusations are not true. The implication of the phrase torture porn is that the violence in movies like Saw is gratuitous, that it's mindless cruelty for the sake of cruelty with no purpose but sadistic pleasure.
It's just torture and murder. No plot, no characters. I think it's what's next.
But Saw is not just torture and murder. There's plot, there's characters. Jigsaw may be one of the most interesting characters in the history of horror. He's not just some maniac with—
True. He's very deep and very I should end this right now. Saw is the best. My parents wanted me to waste time reading Shakespeare when I had contemporary Shakespeare being written and broadcasted in cinema in front of me every single year, or 6 months when the next one would come out.
The mask and a knife. He's a villain with a philosophy.
You must meet death in order to be reborn.
Jigsaw's real name is John Kramer.
John Kramer?
Kramer is an old man dying of brain cancer who had a spiritual awakening after a failed suicide attempt that inspired his torture rehab method.
If a subject survives my method, he or she is instantly rehabilitated.
But the guy is clearly full of shit. Most victims don't survive, and the ones who do, well, they're not thrilled about it.
You wanna know the best thing that happened to me after having to cut off my own arm? Is handicapped parking at the damn mall!
The obvious cruelty and ineffectiveness of John's techniques make it all seem like the pretext for a bitter man's personal vendetta, his need to punish scapegoats for his own regrets.
Those who don't appreciate life do not deserve life.
He re-inflicts his own pain on the world because he's not strong enough to cope with loss or make peace with death, just like people do in real life. And he's so high on his own supply, he actually thinks that he's a savior, not a serial killer.
I've never murdered anyone in my life. The decisions are up to them.
Killing is distasteful. To him.
Killing is distasteful! To me.
I hate pedophiles. Now, I don't want to overstate the case. The John Kramer character study is not the main draw of the franchise, which clearly is the traps, these Baroque spectacles of mutilation and dismemberment. When you go to a Saw movie, that is what you're signing up to watch. But the traps aren't just meaningless violence, they're moral dilemmas that dramatize ideas about justice and freedom and suffering. Like in Saw 4, where a victim of domestic violence is skewered to her abuser with metal spikes in such a way that she can only save her life by ending his. Or in Saw 6, when Jigsaw goes full Luigi and kidnaps a health insurance CEO, forcing him to choose which other victims live or die, literally bloodying his hands with the consequences of decisions that he's used to shrugging off as just the cost of doing business.
So deep. Oh my fucking god.
Is there something cruel about all this? Well, yeah, obviously, but cruelty isn't all there is, and cinematic sadism is not especially unique to Saw. First of all, Your Honor, what even is sadism? I'm always saying this to my psychiatrist. Well, sadism is pleasure, right? Pleasure taken in the suffering of others. But critics of Saw rarely describe their viewing experience as guilty pleasure or as any kind of pleasure. In fact, the opposite. Their complaint is that watching Saw is deeply unpleasant. They call it disgusting, repulsive, nauseous, unwatchable. But then for some reason, they assume that the oinking masses watching the same movie must all be drunk on some euphoric bloodlust. And I just don't think that's true. On r/Saw, fans of the series often post threads discussing traps they find
How am I not part of this community?
most hard to watch, describing them as disgusting, uncomfortable, painful, nauseous. They talk about wincing, cringing, needing to look away. It's the same experience the critics are having: discomfort and disgust, pain, not pleasure. So paradoxically, it's like Saw is considered sadistic because the violence is unpleasant, because the killing is distasteful.
Killing is distasteful!
Of course, to be a fan of Saw, you have to have a taste for the distasteful. No one would watch it if there weren't some kind of masochistic pleasure in unpleasantness.
This is the most fun I've had without lubricant.
But there's nothing unusual about enjoying spectacles of violence, and much more mainstream movies are far less conflicted about encouraging the pleasure of it. For example, I know I said that Saw was the first time I ever saw torture in a movie, but I lied. There is another movie that I watched when I was even younger, with graphic scenes of hardcore violence. I am of course referring to the beloved family Christmas classic, Home Alone. In Home Alone, 8-year-old Kevin McAllister is accidentally left behind when his affluent family travels to Paris for Christmas. When Kevin discovers that the family home is being scouted by a pair of burglars known as the Wet Bandits, he goes full Viet Cong and rigs the house with traps. The movie climaxes in a foiled home invasion. Jigsaw Jr. shoots BB guns at the bandits' heads and groins. He sears their hands on heated doorknobs, bashes their faces with scalding irons, impales their feet on nails and broken glass, incinerates their scalps, breaks their teeth, and tops it off with the classic tarantula to the face. The sequel escalates it even further. Kevin crushes skulls with bricks, applies a staple gun to a man's genitals, and just straight up electrocutes a guy. I watched this movie as a kid, and I wasn't disturbed at all. I laughed and laughed like a little psychopath. So why does violence in Home Alone feel entertaining, while violence in Saw feels disturbing? You could argue that the violence in Home Alone is cartoonish. There's no blood and gore, it's less realistic, but I don't know, those broken Christmas ornaments felt pretty real. And Saw is not exactly immune to cartoonishness.
My family needs me!
I think the biggest difference is that Home Alone is constructed so that by the time we see the violence, the movie has convinced us that the Wet Bandits deserve it, which gives us a morally acceptable reason to enjoy brutality. Kevin McAllister is a property owner standing his ground. This is self-defense, it's justified. The sequel even implicates the bandits in a comically villainous scheme to steal money from a children's hospital just to make it extra clear they have it coming. To quote the late great Hannibal Lecter,
"Doing bad things to bad people makes you feel good."
Saw usually withholds that satisfaction. Jigsaw thinks his violence is justified, but his arguments are very suspect. We, the audience, are not convinced. Jigsaw's victims are flawed people, but not evil to the point of being unrelatable, and their suffering is so extreme we rarely feel that they deserve it. So moral framing is part of what determines how we feel when watching violence. Another part is point of view. Which characters does the movie encourage us to identify with? We spend most of Home Alone with Kevin, and the movie clearly aligns with his perspective, in contrast to the Wet Bandits, who are outsiders, literally creepy strangers in a van. There's even some questionable ethnic coding, where Joe Pesci is like a sleazy Italian with a gold tooth, and Marv, well, it's not subtle.
Happy Hanukkah, Marv. American don't fly to the promised land, little buddy.
What's with these guys anyway? Are they married? Do they live in the van? Are they gay?
Maybe we're in the church.
I'm not going there. The first Saw puts us mainly in the point of view of Lawrence and Adam, the victims of the bathroom trap. The story is suspenseful because we identify with their predicament. Saw movies in general make such a spectacle of suffering that it provokes compassion, like a crucifix. It activates your mirror neurons. You wince and cringe, as if the victim's pain becomes your own. In my naive childhood viewings, I think I loved the violence in Home Alone because I identified with the aggressor. And I hated the violence in Saw because I identified with the victims. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if in Home Alone we pleasantly identify with the violence of the aggressor, and if in Saw we painfully identify with the victims of the violence, then isn't it in fact the case that Home Alone is more sadistic than Saw? The philosophy degree was really worth it for this. Look, obviously this is a troll argument. I'm trying to provoke you into thinking about—
What? I thought that was the absolute truth. I thought we were supposed to agree with all of that. Did I just get rused?
the questions I am asking here. How does watching violence make you feel? What makes it satisfying or disturbing? How should watching violence make you feel? Is any of this ethical? And do we care?
I don't give a crap if you covered yourself in peanut butter and had a 15-hooker gangbang.
Why is it so much fun to watch other people get hurt? Well, because other people are not me. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
Oh my god, and we get the subversive fake ending? What? Did I fall for the retard analysis?
Well, I guess I should play the tape.
Hello, Natalie. I want to play a game. For years, you have profited from overproduced video essays. But is there any substance behind that style? Or do you only cut skin deep?
Okay, well, that's enough of that. Look, the sadism allegations against horror movies didn't start with torture porn. Christians, feminists, film critics, the buzzkill trinity, they've been complaining about this for most of a century. In 1973, the Reverend Billy Graham condemned The Exorcist, quote, "The devil is in every frame of that film." Oh, shut up. At least the feminist critique is based in reality. You've probably seen 100 video essays about Laura Mulvey and the male gaze. This idea that not just
male gaze
horror, but cinema in
Honey, you said you read the court docs? After this video, I will.
General takes a masculine point of view and gets the audience off on sado-voyeuristic gazing at objectified women.
We need her young. We need her hot.
And yeah, that's true, especially in slasher movies where the camera often takes a predatory point of view, stalking nubile teens and watching them get penetrated by phallic objects. There's really no point in denying the sado-voyeurism allegations against slashers. It's just a fact.
You know what I thought the other day? They need to stop doing these cringy fucking movies where they make women like invincible, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna make what do we complain about, the Mary Sue or whatever girl? And it's like, okay, we get it. Wow, women are strong like men. They need to start making movies where the male characters have the same plots as the women characters. I want more male revenge flicks where the men get raped by other men. I think that would be based. Let's see some real equality. I want to see people supporting those movies. Hell yeah. Absolute Kino. Absolutely based.
Obvious. Think about that famous shot of Pam approaching the house in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The camera gives us shark eyes for this girl. We're predators stalking our prey.
You're yum yum.
Come on, Jerry, let's go inside forever.
And according to the rules of slashers that this movie helped create, you know that means this yum yum's going on the meat hook later.
What?
Saw actually stands
Do you think she died in that movie?
out in the horror genre by not disproportionately victimizing women. Men's bodies take a lot of damage in Saw movies. In fact, over 70% of Jigsaw's victims are...
You're pre-watching the video with that take? Why does she talk about this?
male, according to the large language model I asked, so that may or may not be true. Really makes you think. A notable exception is Saw 3D, a movie so misogynistic the director may as well have flashed the words "fuck women" on screen in bold Futura font for 90 minutes.
The same woman has played each of you for a fool. She is toxic.
Yeah! Kill women! Just kidding, video game.
It's generally not a good sign when a sequel is in 3D. Leave that shit in James Cameron's evil laboratory where it belongs. Anyway, Laura Mulvey isn't wrong, but her quest to castrate the male gaze oversimplifies. She takes a butcher knife to a situation that requires a scalpel. Actually, these days, they often do the surgery with robots.
That's why Pulp Fiction was way ahead of its time. True.
In her book Men, Women, and Chainsaws, Carol J. Clover takes a more nuanced approach. She argues slashers often make a kind of transgender shift in point of view, leading the audience from initial predatory gazing to eventually identify with the struggle of a female hero called the final girl. Quote, "The wildly phallic imagery of slasher films, chainsaws, knives, power drills, and the like, is a kind of fig leaf over their real work, aligning the viewers with a female character and giving them dose after dose of so-called feminine masochism of the most extreme sort." Jesus. Oh yeah, I love feminine masochism. Keep going. Don't stop.
Are you gonna behave?
This also applies to crime media. You might shift between sadistic identification with the killer, or the cop interrogating the killer, get his ass, masochistic identification with the victims, or voyeuristic identification with the detective. Choose your own perversion. My sadistic pleasure is the series Hannibal, because I get off watching Mads Mikkelsen make edible arrangements out of human meat.
Nothing here. It's vegetarian.
Hannibal is pleasant to watch because it
God, it's one that gotta smash my balls.
Murder. It makes crime scenes into works of art. It's very elevated. whereas Saw is deliberately ugly. The setting is usually a Silent Hill bathroom or like a meat factory. The lighting is jaundiced and oppressive, and the movie's edited by a teenager who overdosed on Adderall. The refusal to beautify violence forces me to linger on the pain and suffering of victims. Ew. That's not very elevated. It's unpleasant, masochistic. Even Edelstein acknowledges the masochism in his original critique of torture porn. Quote, in the same way that some women cut themselves, they say, to feel something, maybe some moviegoers need to identify with people being cut to feel something too. Oh, okay. I don't know why he says that with a level of condescension worthy of Jigsaw himself.
Did you just want some attention?
There's actually a word for dramatic art where the audience identifies with characters who suffer. It's called tragedy. People have actually been talking about this for like 2,000 years. Very elevated people too, like Aristotle, Hegel, Schopenhauer, this freak. Aristotle says that when we watch a tragedy, we experience fear and pity as catharsis, an emotional purge. Blech. Didn't you learn this in high school? Or were you not paying attention? Yeah, me either. Honestly, I just had to look this up. But Edelstein went to Harvard, and probably he knows about catharsis. So what exactly is the drama here? If we all agree there's more to Saw than sadism, then why are we feuding? Are these critics against masochism too? Are we allowed to enjoy anything? Edelstein specifically objects to what he calls the nihilism of torture porn, the lack of clear moral direction given to the violence. And as an example of this, he cites Will Self's essay, The American Vice, where Self recounts walking out of Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs during the torture scene, which he felt he could not finish without vomiting. Blech.
Well, I can't watch.
Okay, tangent. This is now a video about Quentin Tarantino.
Uh-oh.
I'm so sorry. It's happening. Tarantino is a director, you've probably heard of him, he's hard to avoid, who's attracted decades of controversy about, among other things, graphic ultra-violence in his movies. In his first film, Reservoir Dogs, a group of criminals botch a jewel heist, then hide out—
The amount of absolutely fucking disgusting fucking feet on window shit in the, I want to call it It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but that's not the name of it. The Hollywood, It's Always Sunny in Hollywood, whatever the fuck that movie was. Some people like that movie. I hated that movie. I thought that movie sucked. I didn't understand it. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't care about the guy who was the kung fu beat up the other dude. I didn't care about any of that. The Tate people all getting flamethrowered. Oh my God. I felt like a kid in a store whose mom and dad found some friends and said they were going to just chat with them for 2 minutes, and it's like 3 hours, and I just want to go the fuck home. Holy shit.
In a warehouse where they turn against each other. One of these dogmen, Mr. Blonde, is an unhinged sadist who even the other criminals refer to as a psycho.
Psychopath ain't a professional. Can't work with a psychopath.
He arrives at the warehouse with a cop he's taken hostage, duct tapes him to a chair, and says he's going to torture him for fun.
I have to get information. It's amusing to me to torture. Oh.
The scene that follows is, in fact, uncomfortable. I understand the urge to stop watching. Blonde tunes the radio to jaunty 70s rock song Stuck in the Middle with You, and between singing and dancing along, he slices the cop's ear off with a straight razor, delivers bits of witty banter,
Was that as good for you as it was for me?
and he proceeds to douse the cop in gasoline, preparing to burn him alive. The music gives a feeling of revelry to what would otherwise be a purely horrifying scene. It's a classic trope, using upbeat music to infuse violence with sadistic energy.
Never mind, I was gonna make a joke. Remember that trope where it's like, what's like the purest thing in the entire universe? And it's like a little children's choir. But what if we put like creepy atmospheric music over the back of it and make it a horror song? I feel like that was a trope for like a decade in every single fucking horror movie.
Goes back to Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange, which equates the ecstasy of Beethoven with the ecstasy of sexual assault.
Oh, it was gorgeousness and gorgeosity made flesh.
See also Hip to Be Square in American Psycho. See also Ride of the Valkyries in Apocalypse Now. See also that Enya song and The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
Wait, I feel like that is the only one I might not fully agree with there. I understand her point. But I feel like that perspective requires you to view like all classical, romantic, whatever music is kind of being like stuffy and boring. But I feel like Ride of the Valkyries is kind of an appropriate song for like, it wouldn't surprise me, I should know this, but it wouldn't surprise me, but like the name is Ride of the Valkyries, if that particular movement was literally about fucking warfare or fighting or something now.
Ooh. See also Freebird and The Devil's Rejects. We could keep going. I could just do a video about this.
Everybody knows this is how it's going.
Whoa!
The perfectly done musical sequence and a violence sequence, they are the exact same thing.
In the same way that some people like to get their aggression out by playing drums or hitting people, I like to hit the piano.
And it is like a cum shot. You're waiting for it to crash.
Will Self's objection to the Reservoir Dogs torture scene is that, quote, we lose sight of whose exact POV we are inhabiting. The sadist who is doing the torturing, the policeman, the incapacitated accomplice. It is this vacillation in POV that forces the sinister card of complicity upon the viewer. So I think I like this scene for the same reason that Self hates it, because of the unstable ambiguity in point of view. On the one hand, the movie has done absolutely nothing to convince us that the cop deserves this. So we're watching a man be tortured to death for no reason, and the moral response to that is to identify with the victim and be horrified. However, the jaunty music, and the dancing, and the banter convey how fun this is for Mr. Blonde. So much so, I kind of feel infected by the pleasure of his cruelty, and the tension of that split identification with these characters is emotionally challenging. Will Self hates this. He feels like watching it makes him an accomplice, that the filmmaker's refusal to take a moral stand shifts responsibility onto the viewer, and he doesn't want that responsibility, so he stops watching.
Well, I can't watch.
Why don't I stop watching? Well, perversion. It's just as simple as that. I don't know, I guess I think there's something honest about cruelty that doesn't make excuses for itself. To paraphrase Karl Marx, Tarantino is a very honest sadist. He doesn't make,
Crashing out after his newspaper was suppressed. Yikes.
Paraphrase Karl Marx, Tarantino is a very honest sadist. He doesn't make excuses.
Opening shot of a guy jerking off to slasher films, that is so cool.
In interviews, he shamelessly describes movie violence as fun and cool, despite constant accusations that he's glorifying brutality and corrupting the youth.
Why the need for so much gruesome, graphic violence? Why not let us imagine
Because it's so much fun, Jan. Get it?
I think we all have a part of ourselves that enjoys destruction, dominance, and brutality. Like in real life, I'm stuck being an influencer, but in Skyrim, I'm a very important murderer.
Aren't we the overachiever?
Yes, Mother. What's unusual about Tarantino is his honesty. Most people disguise their sadism. They make excuses. And morality is often the excuse. Instead of admitting that we find violence fun, like this dweeb savant, we insist on moral rationales, like retribution, punishment, self-defense, atonement, justice. But is violence with a moral purpose any less sadistic? Less fun? In his later movies, Tarantino increasingly uses moral framing to make violence palatable. By 2003's Kill Bill, Tarantino has changed genres from gritty crime drama to revenge movie. The emotional arc of a revenge movie has two acts. Act 1 is the fuck around act, where a villain victimizes a hero. The audience then identifies with the victim's desire for payback. Act 2 is the find out act, where the desire is fulfilled in
what the movie advertisements refer to as a roaring rampage of revenge.
Kill Bill opens with a massacre at Uma Thurman's wedding, where everyone is murdered by these people called the Deadly Vipers Assassination Squad. Okay. The wedding massacre is bad violence. We identify with the victim. This feels bad. We don't like it. Then there's a little rape revenge subplot where the bride awakes from a coma to discover that her unconscious body is being pimped out to random perverts by a hospital orderly, whose name is Buck because he's here to fuck.
My name is Bucks, and I'm here to fuck.
What is it with Bucks? Can't catch a break from these people. The bride bites the lip off one of these perverts, and then repeatedly slams Buck's head in a steel door really, really hard. This is good violence. This feels good. We like this, because the movie has convinced us that the guy deserves it. And so the find out act begins. The bride hunts down the deadly vipers in a roaring rampage of revenge that ends up in Japan, and is basically an excuse for Quentin to weeb out and spend an hour watching sexy women slice each other's limbs off with katanas.
I am the audience, all right? You know, it's like I'm jerking off the audience, and it is like a cum shot.
The violence in Kill Bill is fun. It's bloody fantasy wish fulfillment. The bad violence feels bad so that the good violence feels good. And that symmetry of violence leaves us feeling like the karmic balance is restored. I know how all of this works because Stanley Kubrick explained it to me. Quote, "We have seen so many times that the body of a film serves merely as an excuse for motivating a final blood-crazed slaughter by the hero of his enemies, and at the same time to relieve the audience's guilt of enjoying this mayhem." Right, so guilt about enjoying violence is a problem to be solved, and revenge is a solution. But Tarantino has discovered an even better solution.
The next thing I'll do is this World War II movie. The only thing about it is, it's a big Mount Everest kind of epic.
In movies like Django Unchained, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and in Inglourious Bastards, Tarantino fabricates a genre of social justice fairy tale, where wish fulfillment movie violence intervenes on real historical atrocities like slavery, the Manson murders, and all that Nazi stuff. For example, Inglourious Bastards takes place once upon a time in Nazi-occupied France. See, it's like a fairy tale. In the first scene, SS Colonel Hans Landa, aka the Jew Hunter, interrogates a farmer who's hiding a Jewish family in his basement.
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
After 16 minutes of airtight tension, I mean, the dweeb is good at making movies. That's not the issue. Colonel Landa has his men come in and massacre them all, except for one, Shoshana Dreyfus, who escapes.
Au revoir, Shoshana!
This is bad violence. This feels bad. We don't like it. And the scene reminds you why you hate the Nazis. In case you forgot. Absolute cinema. Then we cut to an outrageous comedy performance by Brad Pitt as American Lieutenant Aldo Raine, who's putting together a team of 8 Jewish American soldiers called the Inglourious Bastards to do one thing and one thing only.
Killing Nazis.
Aldo explains that each man owes him
100 Nazi scalps,
which we watch them harvest in graphic detail.
We will be cruel to the Germans.
The Bastards' plot converges with Shoshana's when they pull off concurrent plans to massacre the Nazi high command, including Adolf Hitler, at the premiere of a propaganda film. After a real change, Shoshana's face appears on the screen and tells the Nazis that you are all going to die. Her lover Marcel ignites a mountain of flammable film behind the screen, engulfing the theater in flames, while the bastards gun down Hitler and Goebbels. The crowd of Nazis stampede into locked doors as a voice rings out, "My name is Shoshana Dreyfus, and this is the face of Jewish vengeance." And the bastards keep firing machine guns into the crowd until their bombs go off, and then the cinema explodes and everyone dies. This is good violence.
Absolute cinema.
This feels good. We like this.
And it is like a cum shot.
It's a roaring rampage of revenge, but because the antagonist is literally Hitler, it feels like more than bloody satisfaction. It feels like justice. Or at least that is how it would feel if I didn't know better. I mean, we've gone from Reservoir Dogs, where the torture scene felt conflicted and uncomfortable, to Inglourious Bastards, where I'm watching a theater full of people get incinerated alive, and I feel nothing but simple childlike joy, the likes of which I haven't known since Home Alone. Is this really moral progress?
Directors don't get better as they get older. They get worse.
You could argue it is, because torturing a random guy...
Directors don't get better.
Is this really moral progress?
Directors don't get better as they get older. They get worse.
Torturers don't get better? What's he saying?
You could argue it is, because torturing a random guy is bad and killing Hitler is good.
Oh, okay.
But Tarantino didn't actually do those things. He made entertaining movies. And in his own words, violence in real life is terrible. Violence in movies can be cool. It's just another color to work with. Cruelty is Tarantino's favorite color of artistic pleasure, and the violence in his movies is just that.
Violence is one of the most cinematic things.
Cinema.
Almost as if Edison and the Lumiere brothers invented the camera to film violence.
There's a scene where the Inglourious Bastards interrogate a Nazi sergeant who chooses to die with honor rather than betray his fellow Germans.
Got a German here wants to die for country. Oblige him.
Donnie Donowitz, aka the Bear Jew, then savagely beats him to death with a baseball bat while screeching about the Red Sox like a typical Boston lunatic.
Then we packed on his feet for Teddy fucking ball game.
Wait, does he die?
So we might feel that killing Nazis is righteous, but for the bastards, it's also entertainment.
Quite frankly, watching Donnie beat Nazis to death is the closest we ever get to going to the movies.
Killing is amusing to them, like it is to Mr. Blonde, and like the spectacle of it is to Tarantino.
Boom, 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 boom. Knocks it out of the park.
Critic Daniel Mendelsohn said, Tarantino indulges his taste for vengeful violence by turning Jews into Nazis. You hate to see it. This parallel is implied by Tarantino himself, when he shows Hitler laughing sadistically at a film that seems to be nothing but an endless reel of Allied soldiers getting shot. Hitler, the bastards, and we, the audience, are united by our taste for violence.
Watching Donnie beat Nazis to death is the closest we ever get to going to the movies.
Morality and ideology are exposed as shallow pretexts for a more basic sadism. Even Hans Landa betrays the Germans without hesitation as soon as it's convenient, showing that he never really was a sincere or loyal Nazi. So why did he become the Jew hunter? Well, because
it's so much fun, Chan. Get it?
Bingo! How fun!
This is what I mean when I say Reservoir Dogs is honest about cruelty. Not that Inglourious Bastards is dishonest, it actually goes out of its way.
I will say, in Inglourious Bastards, I do feel like they tried to... This is not the deepest movie, but I feel like they did try to be a little bit ambiguous or make both sides look like a little bit fucked up. Like in some ways they justify obviously the... Well, like they don't really go out of their way to get at like the German people, right? Because the guy who's like that they made that movie about that Hitler was watching, I think he felt a little uncomfortable with that movie, right? I think he wasn't okay with it. And then the guy that they kill, you don't technically feel, I don't know, it's kind of weird because the guy's like, I have this badge for my honor, after the guy's like, did you get it for killing Jews or whatever? Yeah, I don't know.
To expose itself as sadistic entertainment with no moral purpose. But the premise of Jewish vengeance against Nazis inherently gives the audience a righteous alibi, unlike Reservoir Dogs, which doesn't let us get away with splitting violence into good and evil. It shows the horror and the fun of violence all at once. There's no heroes, no role models, just people being people. Some are worse than others, but they're all a bunch of dogs. You can call it nihilistic, but it feels more real to me than fairy tales like Inglourious Bastards, where the heroes are bloodthirsty sadists who kill and torture for fun, but the villains are literally Hitler, so it's fine maybe? Maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah, and then there's also that whole thing in the bar, with the guy who gets killed by the actress or whatever, when he's standing behind the counter. Like, I think you're supposed to feel pretty sympathetic towards him as well, right? The bar scene and the, and I would say that German soldier that the one guy kills with the baseball bat. I think you're supposed to feel sympathetic for him as well.
No, this is supposed to be a video about Saw, and I just wrote an entire essay about Tarantino. God damn it. Why can't I focus on one thing? Well, this Tarantino stuff is very relevant to Saw, and I will now explain how.
How?
Otherwise you guys are going to be really mad at me.
Uh-oh.
My point is that moral purpose doesn't take the cruelty out of violence. It may, in fact, intensify it. And isn't that...
No, it isn't. I don't know about the back guy. No, it absolutely is. Wait, I'm getting one guy. Fuck you.
It may, in fact, intensify it. And isn't that kind of what Saw is all about? Perfect transition. Nailed it. Alright, I'm focused. I'm locked in. Jigsaw. Jig fucking Saw.
Jig fucking Saw.
Holy
Jig
shit.
fucking Saw.
Saw is about the relationship between morality and violence. John Kramer is a moral serial killer, almost a parody of morality itself. He's the kind of judgmental tyrant.
I felt like the bad guy was definitely like, fuck you Jews, and we were supposed to be happy about his brutal murder.
For killing Jews. Bravery.
Are we supposed to hate him here? I don't know. I feel like these guys are kind of unhinged. I feel like they're kind of presented in like an unhinged manner. And then they kill this dude who seems to be relatively respectful. Like, it's not like he starts calling them like Jewish slurs or anything, no? I stand by my analysis.
Tyrant who will burn a guy alive just for playing sick to get some paid time off.
If you're so sick, then why do I have so many photos of you up and about?
He's so self-righteous, he doesn't even think that what he's doing counts as killing.
We don't kill.
You chopped a fucking head off!
That's their choice.
I've never murdered anyone in my life. The decisions are up to them.
Really, it's the victim's fault for allowing themselves to die in twisted death machines.
Exactly, true.
Yes, he may have trapped them in, but only because he was trying to help them.
You did this to me.
No. You did this to yourself.
He wants them to survive, but if they don't, that's fine, because the fact that they died proves that they deserved to die.
Those who don't appreciate life do not deserve life.
People say he likes to watch.
Looks like our friend Jigsaw likes to book himself front row seats to his own sick little games.
But he's definitely not doing this for fun. Killing is distasteful to him.
Killing is distasteful!
To me. Oh, yes. There will be blood.
It's not emotional at all, because he's an enlightened Stoic philosopher, and everything he does is completely rational.
The heart cannot be involved. Emotionally, there can be nothing there. It can never be personal.
So Jigsaw is up there with Claude Frollo as one of the most sanctimonious villains of all time.
Request permission to stop this cruelty.
In a moment, Captain. A lesson needs to be learned here.
As the pupil learned her lesson.
What am I supposed to learn from this? Look at my arm!
And it's this kind of moralistic villainy that actually keeps me up at night, because it's the mindset that most often leads to real-world violence.
Have you been harboring gypsies?
Our home is always open to the weary traveler.
I am placing you and your family under house arrest.
Outside of horror movies, there aren't that many nihilistic sadists doing random chainsaw massacres for fun. It's just the rural working class blowing off a little economic anxiety.
Listen, you Malibu middle-class Barbie piece of shit. I'm trying to work here. Work? You ever work?
I don't know anyone who acts like Michael Myers or Freddy Krueger, but there's jigsaws everywhere for those with the eyes to see. Our society is ruled by these assholes because their horrible personalities are irresistible to broken people with daddy issues.
I found myself a father, a leader, a teacher.
Maybe that's why I've been watching Saw. I'm trying to understand the mindset of people who feel righteous sending other human beings to a place called Alligator Alcatraz. Real Jigsaw type of shit. I don't think nihilism is the problem. Violence in Saw is cruel, but it isn't meaningless. Jigsaw's cruelty is not in conflict with his morality. His cruelty is his morality. Every Saw trap is a caricature of some principle of ethics or justice. A punishment that fits the crime. A lesson learned through pain. An abuser forced to reckon with the harm he's caused his victims. A higher purpose that requires you to
Trace Lessit 1, thank you for the link, but we already watched it.
Sacrifice pieces of yourself. These are common moral values that most people probably accept. Saw traps isolate the element of cruelty in those values and exaggerate it. Now I'm going to try to summarize Jigsaw's philosophy, but it's difficult because, as many critics have observed, his reasoning is not consistent. Some inconsistency is the result of deliberate choices by the writers to depict him as a hypocrite. John Kramer is a serial killer with a brain tumor, so it does make sense he wouldn't be the most coherent thinker. But other inconsistencies have no explanation beyond the simple fact that the Saw movies are not good.
Death is a surprise party. Unless, of course, you're already dead on the inside.
I'm sorry if I misled you about this.
Deep.
I've been defending them to be contrarian, but that can only go so far. The truth is that the series has gone through so many writers and directors, they sometimes forget what the movie is about. In the first movie, Jigsaw is some kind of moral Darwinist. He chooses victims because he thinks they lack the will to survive.
We have a human race that doesn't have the edge or the will to survive.
The purpose of the traps is to rehabilitate that will. At the end of the first movie, when Jigsaw says,
"Most people are so ungrateful to be alive, but not you. Not anymore."
it feels like a fourth wall break, like he's telling the audience we'll be more grateful for our lives now that we've spent 2 hours watching people die in vicious murder contraptions. And there might even be some truth to that. Now that he mentions it, I guess I do appreciate not being in a saw trap. At least that's what I would say if I were not currently in a saw trap. Wait, how am I getting out of this? Well, that's a later problem. The Roman poet Lucretius, Elevated, wrote about the pleasure of watching a sinking ship from the comfort of dry land. Quote, "Not that we wish them ill, but we realize how free we are from the troubles they face. The timeless pleasure of sucks to be you." But as the series progresses, the writers lose track of Jigsaw's MO. He becomes more of a moralist, punishing sinners for miscellaneous crimes, like predatory lending,
You are predators.
taking
You underwrote my line of credit for 36% interest.
antidepressants,
It took me 4 years to buy my plasma TV.
being too obsessed with saving people,
Will you learn how to let go?
framing your husband for infanticide, selling a
Jesus
faulty
Christ.
motorcycle to John Kramer's nephew,
$600 for a bike that you listed in excellent condition.
What does any of this have to do with the will to survive?
Why did he do that?
Nothing. The inconsistency makes more sense when you realize that Saw began as basically a cheap—
Wait, was that a real, did that really happen? Is that one of the Saw movies? For a $600 motorcycle?
knockoff of the movie Seven. Seven is a 1995 crime thriller starring Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman as detectives hunting down a dangerous predator, Kevin Spacey, who in the movie plays a Christian extremist serial killer called John Doe, whose murders are ironic punishments for the 7 deadly sins. For example, he kills an obese man by force-feeding him to death and writing gluttony on the wall behind the fridge. A scene that really disturbs me because it reminds me of the many times that I have passed out in a plate of spaghetti. John Doe's greed victim is a lawyer who he kills by forcing him to sacrifice a pound of flesh, Merchant of Venice style.
No cartilage, no bone, but only flesh. Merchant of Venice. Didn't see it.
The lust victim is a sex worker penetrated by a bladed strap-on. The sloth victim is bound to a bed for a year. It's worse than it sounds. And the pride victim is a model John Doe mutilates.
Cut off her nose to spite her face.
Fincher or Tarantino, who's better? I don't know, I haven't... Oh, no, that'd be Tarantino, easy. I think that probably the 3 best directors of the past century would probably be Tarantino, Christopher Nolan, and whoever directed Avengers Infinity War.
Forcing her to choose either to call for help and live, although disfigured, or to take a lethal dose of sleeping pills, which, of course, she does. As for envy and wrath, well, what's in the box?
Who's in the box? Oh, what's in the box? What's in the fucking box?
Just watch the movie. It's good.
What's in the box?
John Doe's pride murder is pretty much the prototype of a saw trap. The victim has to make a choice between death or mutilation. A classic Jigsaw setup.
Live or die. Make your choice.
Morgan Freeman calls John Doe a preacher.
Traceless, I love you, but believe it or not, you can just type the message one time. You don't have to spam it 4 times in chat every time you want to say something, okay?
He's preaching.
His murders are his sermons.
His murders are his sermons to us.
Jigsaw is likewise described as preaching, as teaching sick life lessons. He's basically a secular John Doe. The influence is obvious. Lee Whannell acknowledges this, with self-aware hindsight even describing Saw as a 23-year-old doing their best impression of Seven. Fair enough. So although generally a worse movie, Saw does innovate on Seven, mainly in that unlike the Punisher John Doe, Jigsaw thinks his traps are rehabilitation.
If a subject survives my method, he or she is instantly rehabilitated.
If John Doe is
So
creating
deep.
hell on Earth, maybe Jigsaw is creating purgatory. In Seven, John Doe is canonically inspired by Dante's Divine Comedy.
Dante, goddamn poetry writing, fucking piece of shit.
True.
In Dante's
Actually
Purgatorio,
true.
souls cleanse themselves through acts of penance that are mirrors of the deadly sins. So the slothful run in circles, the envious have their eyes sewn shut, the gluttonous starve just out of reach of food. Dante invented a term for this kind of ironic penalty. He calls it contrapasso, Italian for something like counter-suffering, a punishment that mirrors the crime. Contrapasso is first mentioned in the Inferno by a politician damned to carry his own severed head through hell for the sin of turning a son against his father. So literal decapitation is the punishment for metaphorically decapitating a family. The Inferno is full of contrapasso tortures, like the eternal wind that sweeps lustful souls as they once were swept around by passion, or the false prophets and astrologers whose heads are twisted backwards because they tried to see the future. A lot of saw traps use the same kind of contrapasso logic. A criminal who burned people with his cons and lies
For years you have burned those around you with your lies.
now has to crawl into a furnace to survive.
It's funny how Destiny was concerned about doing that pod with Adam Freeland and Nick Mullen because of how ironic they are when he's irony poisoned as fuck. I'm the most serious motherfucker on the planet. How am I irony poisoned? I'll poison you, motherfucker.
A witness to a fatal car crash froze instead of helping. Now she'll literally freeze into a human popsicle
Limeo.
unless the victim's father acts fast enough to get the key. A drug dealer ensnared his customers in pits of addiction. Now he has to crawl into a pit of filthy syringes.
Limeo.
Or he can just throw Amanda in. I guess that also works. Each saw trap is a variation on poetic justice, contrapasso, and you could categorize them according to the different ways in which a punishment can fit the crime. Some traps are literal retaliation, like the razor wire maze, where cutting punishes cutting. Others are metaphorical, like the freezer trap, where the punishment of freezing symbolizes the crime of inaction.
He was speaking metaphorically. He does that a lot.
These can also be more
Epic.
subtle, like the bathroom trap, which doesn't obviously mirror a specific crime until Adam makes this confession.
Face it, Larry, we're both bullshitters.
So these two men who are full of shit are trapped together in a filthy lavatory. Maybe it's not that deep. Well, I will make it that deep. I want to play a game.
Whoa!
Other traps are what I'll call didactic. Technically, all traps are supposed to teach a lesson.
What the fuck am I supposed to learn from this, huh? Look at my arm!
But in true didactic traps, the victim literally can't survive unless they learn the lesson that the trap is meant to teach. For example, in Saw 5, a group of selfish criminals have to help each other to survive a trap sequence.
You fucking killed her.
I didn't trust her.
Because the final trap demands they sacrifice 10 pints of blood.
We were supposed to work together, so we all survived. That's the game.
A valuable lesson about teamwork that I'm sure will make them productive members of society. The last category of traps I'll call revelatory justice, where the victim is forced to confront the harm they've done to other people. It's like in A Christmas Carol, where the ghost of Christmas future shows Scrooge the Cratchit family mourning Tiny Tim, whose sad Victorian child crutch lingers poignantly, now ownerless. And everyone cries, except Oscar Wilde, who probably thinks it's hilarious. I guess it is pretty funny. That's revelatory justice. Scrooge is made to understand the consequences of his actions from the victim's point of view. In Saw 6, Jigsaw puts the health insurance CEO through a series of these ordeals, forcing him to witness the effects of decisions he usually makes with an impersonal formula.
The choice is not so clear when you are face to face with the people whose blood will stain your hands.
First, he has to win a breath-holding competition against his company's janitor, who smokes and has a pre-existing condition, and so, obviously, he loses and dies.
Duh.
Now's as good a time as any to mention that Jigsaw has no class consciousness. He has the politics of the median voter. Yes, he wants to torture CEOs, but he also thinks that janitors who smoke deserve to die.
This man has continued to smoke even though he has a history of high blood pressure.
Anyway, then the CEO has to choose 2 out of 6 employees to save from death by shotgun, looking them in the eye as he kills them.
Look at me! When you're killing me, you look at me!
I'm sure after that he'd be just like Scrooge on Christmas Day, if only the final trap hadn't injected him with hydrofluoric acid. Have we talked about how killing is distasteful?
To me.
The violence in Saw is really very similar to Dante's Hell or Purgatory, except that unlike Saw, Dante is very elevated, so no one ever accuses the Inferno of being torture porn. But like, what is this poem if not a metaphysical torture safari? Don't get me wrong, I love the Divine Comedy, definitely a top 10 torture book for me, but I don't think it's morally defensible. I simply give myself permission to enjoy immoral art, because I believe in aesthetic decadence. Camille Paglia's view that, quote, literature's endless murders and disasters are there for contemplative pleasure, not moral lesson, though inevitably it's both. And from the moral point of view, I think Dante is much harder to defend than Saw, because Jigsaw is the villain. You can argue Saw is cruel, but the movie doesn't ask you to enjoy the cruelty or agree with it. Dante, on the other hand, presents eternal torture as divine justice. In the Inferno, Dante is often tempted to sympathize with suffering sinners, and every time, Virgil has to remind him that empathy is liberal bullshit. It's blasphemy, in fact, to pity the damned, because it implies dissension from God's judgment.
Don't ask me to pity those people. I don't mourn them any more than I do the thousands that died at Sodom and Gomorrah.
Damn.
Now this seems pretty fucked up to me, but that's because I'm...
Wait, do you think... Fuck. Should I keep a slightly inbred cat to try to fix it? That's 6 sevens. Oh, fuck me, I just said it. That's a lot, though. That's almost a perfect cat. That's almost a perfect cat, but he's slightly inbred.
Not a medieval Christian. From the modern liberal point of view, we see compassion as the basis of morality and cruelty as the basis of evil. That's why we're so outraged about torture. But Dante didn't have this hang-up. In his version of Christianity, the root of evil isn't cruelty, it's disobedience, turning away from God. So cruelty is not a moral problem for him as long as it results from the contemplation of God's perfect moral order.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
To quote the famous theologian St. Thomas of Aquasomething,
St. Thomas Aquasomething?
St. Thomas Aquinas.
the blessed in glory will see the sufferings of the damned in order that their bliss may be more delightful to them. Looks like our friend Thomas of Aquasomething likes to book himself front row seats to God's sick little games.
Nothing wrong with a man taking pleasure in his work.
So if God's judgment entails a moral mandate to enjoy the suffering of sinners, then is Dante really any better than Tarantino? What is wrong with these people? Are they perverted? Are they just Italian? Obviously there's a sadistic fascination on display in the Inferno, and in a lot of Christian art. Dante famously depicts his enemies in hell, which feels like a real Tarantino move. But I do think there's a difference. Quentin Tarantino is not an ethically serious person. He's a decadent aesthete, a dorky demon child who thinks that violence is fun.
He's got that kind of energy that a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old has, where they're not looking anywhere to find out what people's faces look like while they do things. They're just doing things.
Justice is just an excuse for him to play his little games.
Taking cinema and getting you hard.
Yeah.
And making you come.
But I think Dante is morally sincere when he condemns himself not for cruelty, but for pity. Justice for Dante is not an excuse for violence because justice is violence. And it's not always fun. At times in the Inferno, Dante even cries over the suffering of the damned, like a liberal cuckold.
True.
But these are blasphemous tears, resulting from a rebellious misalignment with God's will. St. Augustine said, quote, "The saints will not pity the suffering of the damned, but will rejoice in the manifestation of divine justice." Now, we could sit here like smug Voltaires, laughing at these people and their jigsaw god, but first, let's make sure we're not throwing hacksaws from glass torture chambers. Is the idea of God's judgment a sadistic cope? Well, yeah, of course. But it's an understandable cope for the universal human predicament of injustice, of living in a world where the ratio of sowing to reaping is, by all appearances, completely fucked.
Good doesn't lead to good nor bad to bad. People steal, don't get caught. Others lie, cheat, and get elected.
Christians aren't the only ones to theorize some kind of sublime cosmic alignment between f***ing around and finding out. An ancient Hindu scripture, the Garuda Purana, describes hell realms, narakas, which would not feel out of place in Dante, like the hell called Kumbhipaka, where in contrapasso style, people who kill and cook animals are boiled alive in oil. Oink oink, Farmer Hoggett. Babe wants to play a game.
Did you know that pigs are highly compassionate animals?
The Tamil film Aniyan is basically a Hindu version of Seven, but with better musical numbers. David Fincher, I demand that you remake Seven as a musical. Bring Kevin Spacey back. I don't care about the allegations. I want to see him singing in a Dutch tulip field. In Anyan, rule-obsessed lawyer Ambi becomes a vigilante serial killer whose murders are based on punishments from the Garuda Purana. He writes the word kumbhipaka in blood at the first murder scene, foreshadowing his next victim, a railway caterer who serves bad food. Ambi kills the cook by frying him into human chicken 65. In Dharmic religions, karma is moral cause and effect. It's less a legal metaphor of crimes and punishments, and more a botanical metaphor of seeds and fruits. But both metaphors give moral order to the world where actions mirror consequences and suffering makes sense. Where, according to a popular meme, the fuck around-itude is directly proportional to the find-out-itude. Beauty and justice converge in the symmetry of crime and punishment, sowing and reaping, action and consequence, debt and repayment, sin and...
It's a stupid fucking song. It's just strings tuning. What is this?
Atonement, attack and counterattack.
God, I hate string players.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Oh, not anymore.
That's why Dante has an eye for it. Contrapasso is the poetry of pain.
Every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
It's difficult for modern liberals.
Lucas would be number 4. All top directors of the last century, by the way.
To accept that any kind of cruelty could be beautiful, but for most of human history, people haven't had this hang-up. Proportionality of crime and punishment was the basis of most legal systems in the ancient world, like the Latin lex talionis, law of retaliation, an eye for an eye. Scales symbolize justice because justice is balance. It's based on a financial metaphor where crime is debt and punishment is repayment. Justice is balancing the books. It's moral accounting. In some ancient legal systems, crime literally was financial debt, like the Germanic weregild system, where a murderer paid blood money to a victim's family instead of blood. I've talked about this before, but I'll say again that law replaced revenge to solve the problem of cyclical feuds. You know how that goes. If Sollozzo whacks Luca Brasi, and then Michael whacks Sollozzo, and Fabrizio whacks Apollonia, and Barzini massacres my boy, well, pretty soon you've got Clemenza whacking Strachey, you're whacking Tatalia, Cuneo, Mo Green. It makes it very hard to focus on your nephew's baptism. And that's why we have a legal system, so these things don't get out of hand. There's a Greek tragedy about this called the Oresteia by Aeschylus. I promise this is about Saw. The Oresteia starts out with a roaring rampage of revenge. This guy Agamemnon whacks his own daughter as a sacrifice to the gods, but his wife, Clytemnestra, is not thrilled about it. So she whacks Agamemnon, but then her son Orestes whacks Clytemnestra to avenge Agamemnon, and then the Furies, the goddesses of vengeance, they're about to whack Orestes, but Athena intervenes and teaches everyone the concept of a trial by jury, establishing Athens as a city ruled by law and not revenge.
Wow.
Legal justice takes the right to retaliate from victims and gives it to the state, which prevents the endless whacking cycles, but at a cost. Revenge is sweet, and sadistic itches don't get scratched if law makes justice into an impersonal, bureaucratic procedure. Where's the fun in that? The people demand blood. Now, for most of legal history, that hasn't been a problem. It's traditional for criminal justice to overlap with public entertainment. Hanging, burning, beheading, lashing, slicing, lion feeding, drawing and quartering. But then these people called liberals showed up, the kind of people who would later become film critics. And these liberals noticed that the same symmetry that makes retribution satisfying also makes it absurd. If the punishment is the same as the crime, then how can you say that one is good and the other is bad? Two wrongs don't make a right. It doesn't make sense to kill people to show that killing is wrong. But then what are we supposed to do with criminals? One liberal solution is to redefine the goal of justice, to say the aim is not to punish criminals, but to rehabilitate them. And that's what Jigsaw says he's doing.
This is not retribution. It's a reawakening.
He believes in giving people second chances.
Everyone deserves a chance.
But John Kramer's idea of rehabilitation is somehow more sadistic than revenge. His traps make John Doe's murders look humane. This is one of the more intriguing ideas in Saw, that a supposedly altruistic method of rehabilitation ends up justifying insanely brutal violence. It's kind of like A Clockwork Orange, where for the first half of the movie, criminal sadist Alex brutalizes people, and then he goes to prison where the law brutalizes him.
An eye for an eye, I say. Someone hits you, you hit back, do you not?
Criminal justice mirrors criminal violence. Alex's former gang become police. Same sadism, different team. But then liberals take over the government and reform the penal system, promoting rehabilitation over retribution.
The new view is that we turn the bad into good.
But their rehabilitation turns out to be behavioral conditioning that basically amounts to torture.
Stop it, please, I beg you!
Violence is a very horrible thing. That's what you're learning now. Your body's learning it.
So the rhetoric of scientific progress and reform just puts a humanistic spin on transformative violence, which is really just an even stricter form of domination.
Violence is a very horrible thing.
Killing is distasteful.
There's a paradox in the liberal animosity toward cruelty, kind of like the paradox of intolerance, that in order to be tolerant, you can't tolerate intolerance. The essayist Montaigne, now that's what I call elevated, articulates this paradox in his essay Of Cruelty, which by the way is just such lib shit. He says cruelty is the worst vice. He gets all squeamish about torture, public executions, and even hunting. Hunting! This 16th century man was so woke, he probably had pronouns. Anyway, his phrase is, I cruelly—
It's Mr. Mooten!
Hate cruelty. That's the paradox, that even the most pacifist morality is still driven by an aggressive impulse, a cruel hatred of cruelty. Liberals theoretically value compassion and oppose cruelty, and they often say they don't believe in retributive justice, but yes they do. They just use different words for it. Instead of crime and punishment, they use vague, evasive terms like actions and consequences. Accountability. You voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. Now the leopards ate your face. You know, it's like poetry. It rhymes. Some progressive communities advocate what they call accountability processes as an alternative to the oppressive carceral logic of criminal justice. But the supposedly non-carceral accountability processes often still implicitly involve some kind of retributive punishment, from public shaming at best to— well, Kai Cheng Tom describes an incident where, quote, a person who claimed that they were a survivor of intimate partner violence asked the community to beat up their abuser as part of their accountability process, a request that was fulfilled and put the named abuser in the hospital, endangering their life. I want to play a game. I think it's probably impossible to separate justice from cruelty. They're too emotionally entwined. I think you can reduce cruelty, but you probably can't get rid of it entirely. That's why people love vigilantes so much. You know, like Batman.
I'm vengeance.
Most superheroes, really.
Who is Spider-Man? He's a criminal, that's who he is. A vigilante.
Or Maryland's own beloved Saint Luigi. Or like Gary Plauché, a father who became a folk hero in the 80s when, on live TV, he whacked the diddler who molested his son. Vigilantes reclaim the right to punish from a justice system many people feel is simply not violent enough, especially when it comes to CEOs and diddlers. And far be it from me to besmirch the good name of diddler whacking, most people in Gary's situation would want to do the same. But what should we make of gun YouTubers reenacting Gary's kill shot to celebrate Father's Day?
So gang, we ready to catch a predator?
Catch?
Really?
Catch 38 special in the skull.
Are we doing this for justice? Or because it's so much fun, Jan?
We got our diddler here.
And I'm honestly not judging. I'm not even trying to harsh the buzz. I just think it's good to ask yourself the question before these things get out of hand. In Adelaide, Australia, in the 90s, this guy called John Bunting recruited a gang of youths for the noble purpose of whacking diddlers. But the gang also started whacking and torturing people just for being gay, or fat,
It got out of hand?
or disabled, or women, and they started dissolving the bodies in barrels of acid hidden in a bank vault. And well, long story short, they ended up becoming the most infamous serial killers in Australian history. There's a movie about it. It's depressing. Criminology calls these kinds of murderers mission-oriented serial killers to distinguish them from lust-crazed Jack the Ripper types. A Jack the Ripper knows his violence is wrong.
I always knew that it was wrong, but...
The transgressive thrill might even be a part of why his crimes are so much fun, Jan. He's playing Satan. The John Bunting type is playing God, or God's enforcer. He channels aggression through the superego because he needs a moral pretext.
Is that to say, John, that what you were doing was God's good work?
I was chosen.
Most mission-oriented killers are rancid little Hitler types, social cleansers, who see themselves as purging society of undesirables.
Whores, skunk pussies, buggers, queens, fairies, dopers, junkies. Someday a real rain will come and wash all this scum off the streets.
Like John Doe, whose murders are basically just hate crimes. You know, he kills a fat guy for being fat.
A disgusting man who could barely stand up.
He kills a sex worker for being a sex worker.
And let's not forget the disease-spreading whore.
He kills a Jewish lawyer by making him sacrifice a pound of flesh.
And you both must have secretly been thanking me for that one.
This kind of killer does by vigilante violence essentially the same thing fascists do by law. People support fascism.
Tell us what you're doing in this run so I can judge you. I don't know. I'm just trading in cats right now, making sure I keep my food up. I'm not doing much.
Just politicians, because they
like 55% completion for this game.
Need daddy's permission, or even better, daddy's orders, to unleash sadistic impulses. They're like a firing squad waiting for the signal to shoot.
Whoa.
You will give everything to me. Every cell in your body.
Jigsaw is a mutation of John Doe, but he's a different kind of vigilante. He does often target people on the margins of society, addicts, sex workers, the mentally ill, but he's not a social cleanser. He also targets people he accuses of wasting advantages from birth.
From birth, you've all been given the advantages of few others.
Check your privilege. As we've discussed, Jigsaw has no moral consistency. Some traps require forgiveness, others require murder. Some require cooperation, others betrayal. The theme of sadistic rehabilitation might suggest that Jigsaw is a hypocritical liberal, but I also think that's wrong. I have a theory about Jigsaw that's halfway between analysis and fan fiction, and I'm gonna tell it to you now because if you've watched the video this far, it's too late to stop. You're trapped. I want to play a game. I think Jigsaw can best be understood by comparing him to two other characters, his ex-wife Jill Tuck and his copycat turned disciple Mark Hoffman. I guess we need to address the copycat thing. A lot of the Saw sequel's problems stem from the third movie killing off the two most interesting characters, Jigsaw and his disciple Amanda, who turns against him after finally realizing his philosophy is bullshit.
It's bullshit. Nobody changes. What you do is no different than murder. Nobody is reborn. It's all bullshit!
Saw 3 is clearly the conclusion of a trilogy, but it made too much money. That's why I'll still be watching new Saw movies in the nursing home.
You think it's over just because I'm dead? The games have just begun.
Every sequel after 3 has to come up with convoluted reasons for why traps are still a thing, usually involving an ever-expanding lineup of Jigsaw disciples and copycats.
Jigsaw lives forever, through the work of his followers.
One of these copycats is Detective Mark Hoffman, a dirty cop turned vigilante avenger whose traps are simply punishments for people who deserve it.
Justice is the backbone to every peaceful society.
For example, Linkin Park frontman Chester Bennington, who Hoffman glues to a car seat because he's racist.
You, your girlfriend, and your friends are all racist.
He judged others based on the color of their skin. Now he has to rip his own skin off in order to survive. Contrapasso. I'm so glad I read hundreds of stanzas of Italian poetry so I'd have a word to describe what happens to Chester Bennington in Saw 3D. Hoffman's first trap was a bladed pendulum, Edgar Allan Poe, hey how are you, that sliced in half the murderer who killed his sister. A straightforward revenge whacking.
This is the guy that murdered your sister? Well then I'd say justice was served.
Kramer then kidnaps Hoffman and converts him into a born-again Jigsawnian by pointing a shotgun at his face. A very persuasive argument. Hoffman and Kramer are supposed to represent two opposing views of justice. Hoffman's retribution versus Kramer's view that everyone deserves a chance at rehabilitation. But by this point in the series, we've seen enough to know that Kramer and Hoffman really aren't that different. In Saw 4, we learned that Kramer's first trap was also revenge adjacent. So Kramer used to have a wife, Jill Tuck, who ran a clinic for recovering addicts. While she was pregnant with their son, Jill was attacked by one of her patients, causing her to miscarry. As so often happens to the wives of characters who matter, John's subsequent depression led to their divorce, and to the failed suicide attempt that inspired his torture career, his first victim being Cecil, the very addict who attacked his wife and killed their unborn son. Kramer puts Cecil in a trap that forces him to push his face through interlocking knives
to match your face with the ugliness of your soul.
So just like Hoffman's, Kramer's first victim was a criminal who harmed his family. Kramer claims that this is not revenge, but yes it is.
We can never come from anger or from vengeance.
Yes you can. Yes you do. I'm yelling at a fictional serial killer, just completely losing it. Kramer often chooses victims who have harmed him in some way. The doctor who gave him a terminal diagnosis, the health insurance CEO who denied coverage for his experimental treatment, the scammers who defrauded him. Even when there's no direct revenge motive, he tends to target people who reflect personal fixations. Like he has a general vendetta against addicts, doctors, and frauds. Several victims are also in failing marriages or are parents who don't appreciate their children.
The heart cannot be involved. It can never be personal.
But obviously the heart is involved, and it's extremely personal. This is the good kind of inconsistency, the kind that makes John Kramer an interesting character. Like all men who claim to be purely rational, Kramer lacks emotional self-awareness. He doesn't understand why he does the things he does. The problem is that I'm not sure the writers understand it either. They even try to lampshade Kramer's backstory.
Girl loves boy, boy loves girl. Boy gets girl pregnant, girl loses baby. Boy turns into a serial killer. Jill, I'm not buying it.
It actually all makes perfect sense. Allow me to explain. According to the cognitive linguist George Lakoff, I promise this is about Saw, liberals and conservatives are so polarized because their worldviews are based in two different models of the family, which he calls strict father morality versus nurturant parent morality. But I'll just call it daddy politics versus mommy politics, because that's more fun. Liberals align with mommy politics, the idea that an ideal parent or government should act like a nourishing and compassionate mother. In Saw, this is represented by Jill Tuck in her rehab clinic, where she treats addicts with care and patience.
All I wanted to do was help them.
You can't help them. They have to help themselves.
Conservatives align with daddy politics.
They called me daddy.
Their ideal parent or government behaves like a punishing father.
Very smart man said he's our daddy.
Right-wingers say that a conservative is a liberal who's been mugged. And that's basically Jigsaw. Cecil's attack on Jill is the exact moment that John Kramer became Heisenberg.
Wake up!
I am awake. You know, it's like Daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off, you know?
Daddy argues with Jill over her compassion.
No, hold on. Oh my God. She is missing something that makes this video almost unforgivable if she doesn't have the right example in here.
Passionate mommy approach to rehab, which he dismisses as naive and ineffective.
These people, they will continue to hurt you.
They're addicts, John.
He presents Amanda as evidence that torture rehab works.
It works.
But mommy realizes daddy is a psycho and wisely pieces out. Her dreams of being a wine mom shattered. Daddy then steals the motto of mommy's clinic.
Cherish your life. The fucking motto.
And he scrawls it in blood red paint on the walls of his torture chambers alongside other inspirational slogans, like if the Manson family became high school guidance counselors. John's fight with Jill gives us insight into his hypocrisy. Daddy politics makes no distinction between punishment and rehabilitation, because according to Daddy, punishment is rehabilitation.
Once you see death up close, then you know what the value of life is.
Less strict forms of discipline are seen as merely coddling that spoils children.
If you allow your hormone 15-year-old...
Okay. This is... Probably one of the weirdest things I think I've ever seen in my life.
Merely coddling that spoils children.
If you allow your hormone-addled 15-year-old daughter to like slam the door of her bedroom and give you the finger, you're gonna get more of it. And those kids are gonna wind up in rehab.
You can't help them. They have to help themselves.
And that's why Jigsaw is not a lib. He has the right-wing mindset that daddy needs to beat his children because he loves them.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl. And you're only gonna get better when you take responsibility for what you did. That's not said in the spirit of hate. It's not said in the spirit of vengeance or bigotry. Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice.
Jigsaw takes this logic to the extreme.
This was just so fucking weird.
We put up with it for 4 years, but we can't anymore. If you allow people to get away with things that are completely over the top and outrageous, if you allow your hormone-addled 15-year-old daughter to like slam the door of her bedroom and give you the finger, you're gonna get more of it. There has to be a point at which dad comes home. Yeah, that's right. Dad comes home, and he's pissed. Dad is pissed. He's not vengeful. He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them. Because they're his children. They live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's going to have to let them know. Get to your room right now. And think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, it's not going to hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not going to lie. This is going to hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. We put up with it for 4 years.
I don't know, bro.
Like a loving God who damns his children to eternal hell. Or as apologists would have it, he lets them damn themselves.
You did this to me.
No, you did this to yourself.
Free will is very important to Daddy.
Make your choice, make your choice, make your choice, make your choice. The choice is yours, the choice is yours, the choice is yours, the choice is yours.
The choice has been all yours.
Jigsaw is a paternal tyrant whose traps are often tests of obedience masquerading as lessons in gratitude. They always begin with instructions, orders, delivered by cassette or clown. Several traps mainly seem to emphasize the importance of following the rules.
There are rules.
The rules.
You have to play by the fucking rules!
Can you follow the rules to ensure that the rules are followed? Don't forget the rules.
Shut the fuck up!
You don't like rules, do you?
Many traps are also projective repetitions of the trauma caused by Jigsaw's cancer. Cancer treatments like radiation or chemotherapy are torturous ordeals, which, like Saw traps, patients choose to endure for a better chance at survival. Other treatments, like the craniotomy needed to remove Jigsaw's brain tumor, involve sacrificing part of the body for the survival of the whole.
Think of the explosives as a sort of cancer, a malignancy that must be cut out for you to survive.
Jigsaw re-inflicts this trauma on victims of the many traps requiring amputation. These traps are projections of John's cancer and also symbols of a moral cancer. It's like when Jesus said, "If your right eye causes you to stumble, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell."
He was speaking metaphorically. He does that a lot.
Jigsaw takes this literally. In one trap, a police informant who spied on others must cut out his own eye.
To give up the one thing you rely on in order to go on living.
There's a lot of traps like this in Spiral, the 9th Saw, which comedian Chris Rock produced and starred in because he wanted to use the Saw franchise to comment on police brutality and also to complain about women.
He made $1 billion selling shrimp, and she still wouldn't fuck him. Women cheat too. I'm going through a divorce. Don't drain my battery watching Twilight.
Also, we probably wanted to cast Samuel L. Jackson so he could say,
"You wanna play games, motherfucker?"
In Spiral, an ACAB Jigsaw copycat puts a trigger-happy cop in a trap that forces him to sacrifice his trigger-happy fingers. Another cop sent innocent people to jail with false testimony and, well, Proverbs 10:31, "The treacherous tongue shall be cut off." Saw at its best is not torture porn. It's torture poetry, like Dante without a god to hide behind. It reveals the implicit cruelty of moral judgment by making grotesquely violent spectacles out of it. And its unpleasantness offers a kind of insight missing from every feel-good revenge movie. At least, this is what I want Saw to be. But I'm not completely sure that's what it is. My whole defense of these movies hinges on Jigsaw being the villain, on everyone agreeing that Jigsaw is bad. We do all agree that Jigsaw is bad, right? Saw 10, the most recent installment in the franchise, premiered in 2023, nearly 2 decades after the original. It's the first film in the series to get mostly positive reviews from critics.
Oh, shit.
How often does that happen? That a franchise has 9 consecutive movies that critics trash as unwatchable snuff films, and then the 10th comes out and they say, actually, that was pretty good. So what separates Saw 10 from the other films? Well, the cinematography is a little more elevated. There's none of that crazy panic attack
Elevated.
editing. Tobin Bell does give his best performance in 19 years of playing Jigsaw. But the most dramatic change is that Saw 10 tells the story from John Kramer's point of view. Jigsaw is not the villain of this movie. He's become an anti-hero. Unlike most Saw movies, Saw 10 doesn't open with a trap. Instead, we get a moody sequence of John Kramer in an MRI scanner, emphasizing his sickness and vulnerability. When Kramer's doctor tells him he has only a few months to live, an acquaintance from the cancer support group refers him to a Norwegian quack, Dr. Cecilia Peterson. What is it with Petersons?
You've each been working a grift.
Who offers John experimental treatment for the low price of $250,000. John agrees and goes to Mexico, where he's kidnapped by what appear to be cartel goons but are in fact Cecilia's assistants, who require this charade because they're supposedly being persecuted and silenced by Big Pharma.
The big drug companies are always one step behind.
It's a business!
At the clinic, Cecilia introduces John to her medical team, Mateo, Valentina, Diego, and Gabriela, who in reality are a drug dealer, a prostitute, a cab driver, and an addict. These frauds perform pretend brain surgery on John and tell him that he's cured. But when he returns to the clinic with a thank you gift, he discovers he's been scammed, and Jigsaw mode is activated. He summons Amanda, who makes a sitcom entrance, everyone claps, and the two abduct the scammers and punish them in contrapasso traps. Diego, the fake surgeon, has pipe bombs sewn into his arms, which he has to surgically remove with scalpels. Mateo, the fake anesthesiologist, has to perform real brain surgery on himself without anesthesia. And Gabriela, the aide, has to break her own...
What the... I feel like some of these were kind of retarded. Oh, I guess all of these are kind of retarded. Where the guy has to, like, take out, like, some, like, ounces of his brain and put it into a dish, and I'm like, okay.
Hand and foot with a hammer to escape her shackles before a radiation machine burns her to death. Saw 10 is basically just a revenge movie. In the fuck around act, the scammers defraud Kramer. In the find out act, he exacts revenge by ironic medical torture. The revenge is cruel, and not fully satisfying because the least deserving get the worst of it. Cecilia's staff, who are all disadvantaged people struggling to survive. Cecilia gets off easy, merely having to escape some poison gas by sacrificing a boyfriend who she clearly doesn't give a shit about. That this movie is basically about an American torturing Mexicans is all...
Did I miss your updated take on the Sykkuno drama? He responded this morning, and I felt like you and X were a little vindicated. What could we be... Oh, God damn it. What could we... Oh, Jesus. What could we be vindicated over? I don't even know what... I don't think I even had, like, a strong take on it.
Shit about. That this movie is basically about an American torturing Mexicans is also a little awkward, considering the whole political... all that stuff that's happening. But Jigsaw is not the villain of this movie. Cecilia is. She even puts Carlos, an innocent child, in one of Jigsaw's traps, waterboarding him with blood. This is good. There's not enough child torture in movies these days.
Not waterboarding, huh? Bloodboarding.
In Saw 10's final shot, John, Amanda, and Carlos step out together into the sunrise. What does this mean? Aww. Is it rebirth?
It's a reawakening.
Is it the triumph of the nuclear family? Saw movies aren't supposed to end like this. They're supposed to end with gore and screaming and misery. But the more important question is, How have we gone from the Jigsaw of Saw 1, a dangerous maniac who was fully prepared to kill a child just to punish her father's vague crimes against Darwinian instinct, to the Jigsaw of Saw 10, a considerate old man bringing predatory frauds to justice?
All of you promised dying people. Dying people!
Dying!
You could save their lives. And in doing so, you took advantage of the only thing that they still possessed.
Hope.
Hope.
Oh my God.
Is the culmination
Cinema.
of a series-spanning trend toward framing violence as retribution. The same trend we saw in Tarantino's career. And I don't know what the writers of Saw 10 were thinking, but my guess is that they were attracted to the revenge plot structure because it makes the violence feel less bad. If that's the case, I guess it worked. The critics are finally happy. There's a general pop culture tendency to reimagine villains as tragic anti-heroes. Joker, Maleficent, Wicked. Remember that Cruella movie where the tragic backstory is that her parents were murdered by Dalmatians?
There's no way. Really?
No. I guess I admire the bravery it takes to ask bold questions, like, is evil so wrong? But did we really need to do this with Jigsaw? Even when writers actively discourage it, a lot of audiences still end up identifying with characters who are violent psychopaths. You know, the you missed the point by idolizing them starter pack. Patrick Bateman, Walter White, Tyler Fight Club. Most teenage boys go through a stage of identifying with these characters despite the creator's intentions.
I really don't know how I feel about the Walter White thing. I think the creators, I'm sure they've made a statement on this, don't want you to identify with Walter, but I don't think you would be incorrect in seeing him as like a weird hero person. I think that, I just don't think they do a very good job at communicating that you're not, because like if you really think about it, Vince Gilligan has talked about this extensively. Oh, does he admit that he fucking failed? Or are you supposed to identify with him? I feel like if his cancer hadn't come back, maybe, because I feel like he gets everything that he wants, and his life ends up, he gets a certain sense of fulfillment that he wouldn't have gotten otherwise. I could just kind of lose his family. I'm trying to think if that's... Man, that last episode is just a real rough one. Because he gets like the perfect revenge. He gets to free Jesse. It's like the culmination of all the stuff. He gets to die like this amazing death after killing it just really sells it like... I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. And then the fact that he's going to die anyway from his cancer as well. He wanted to make sure his family has money, but he loses it. No, not even, right? Unless I'm forgetting some scene. Because he still has some millions that he leaves to the two rich people, and then he has the fake snipers say that they're going to kill you if you don't give this money back to my family or some bullshit. It's a story ending like Code Geass. The writer is too bitch-made to commit to the villain arc. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the last couple episodes really give him, it's like too much of a good... too much. I don't know.
Which brings us back to the question we started with. How does watching violence make you feel? I've told you my feelings, but the truth is that it's more subjective than anyone wants to admit. Steven Spielberg said, "Of course every war movie, good or bad, is an anti-war movie." Francois Truffaut said the exact opposite, quote, "I find that violence is very ambiguous in movies. For example, some films claim to be anti-war, but I don't think I've really seen an anti-war film. Every film about war ends up being pro-war." How can well-informed people disagree this dramatically? Truffaut must be right about the ambiguity of movie violence. A movie like Apocalypse...
He is like a sad old man at the end, and his only retribution is saving Jesse, whose imprisonment he created. He's like a sad old man? The guy who single-handedly murders the entire... Like, gets vengeance for his brother, puts an end to the weird little loop of crazy money out there for the people they hire that he created. Like, he's gonna die anyway from his cancer. Even if the way Walter died was badass, it's still not what Walter would have wanted over all other options. I feel like what they don't do is they don't sell the like the positive masculinity version like very well, because like technically the best case scenario for Walter from the time the show starts, I think, would be him accepting money and help from his friends and then just like retiring early and hanging out with his family until he dies of cancer. Like, maybe if they would have had like, maybe if somehow there would have been a line about how like, if you spend too much time in your meth lab, you're more likely to have your cancer return. Or if he started skipping cancer treatments to do his meth lab stuff, maybe, was that part of it? Did I miss that? I feel like that would have sold it more. But like, I think one of the big problems is one of the things that Walt is looking for so much. One of the things that Walt was looking for so much in the drug dealer thing was like his masculinity. It was a thing that he felt like he didn't have his entire life, that was completely lost. And I don't think there was ever an alternative version of that masculinity that was available to him in The Good Life. Like, he had none of that. He couldn't provide for his family. He had no control. He had no, the masculine urge to run a business, an empire, to be feared, to be fearsome, to control things. Like, he just didn't have any of that, and I didn't see that offered anywhere. Yeah. So I feel like, You need to remember, Walt should have been rich, but his work/friends fucked him. Maybe, but I mean, that was prior to the show, right? So
now is clearly intended to be anti-war, but would disagree this dramatically. Truffaut must be right about the ambiguity of movie violence. A movie like Apocalypse Now is clearly intended to be anti-war.
I think that's the point, though. The masculinity ends in death. That's sort of the point with those bad guy main characters. They die at the end. That's the price. Yeah, but they usually don't have... Villains won't have glorious deaths. They usually have miserable deaths. But I feel like Walt's death was kind of glorious. Like, literally... like frees his partner that was imprisoned because of him and kills all the bad guys through some ingenious ploy. Literally, the last guy, or the second to last guy surviving, was the main bad guy that he gets to shoot right in the face. Bro, his death is not glorious. He kills himself on accident. What? That was the perfect way for him to die.
Informed people disagree this dramatically. Truffaut must be right about the ambiguity of movie violence. A movie like Apocalypse Now is clearly intended to be anti-war, but what Francis Ford Coppola failed to consider is that a fleet of helicopters blasting Ride of the Valkyries while destroying a village is badass. Some people will identify with this, or even want to emulate it.
You can hook your CD player up to the tanks.
It's the ultimate rush. Because you know you're going into the fight to begin with, and then you got a good song playing in the background, that gets you real fired up.
And probably the same is true of Saw. I can give endless reasons why I sympathize with victims in these movies, but that's literally just like my opinion, man. Even before Saw 10, there were definitely people who were attracted to Jigsaw, like Eleanor, the Jigsaw fangirl in Saw 8.
Furthermore, he feels completely shattered in what he wanted in life, cheated actually in every aspect. There's a flashback scene where he's touring the house before Junior was born, and he says they'll have a big family just to start. No, I understand all that, but what I'm saying is that alternative seems to be completely locked off from him by the time we start Breaking Bad. By the time you start Breaking Bad, he's a chemistry teacher, which I think he considers to be a failure in the talents of what's available to him. He's constantly emasculated by his brother-in-law, right? Which sucks. You know, he's not making much money. He's got terminal cancer. Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, he's fucked by the beginning of the show. The question is basically like, from the beginning of the show, would the alternative, like, quote unquote morally good life actually have delivered him to a better ending than his immoral, insane life? I don't know. I don't think they really sell that very well. Like, at least I got a handout from my old friends who are wildly more successful than me in a business that I feel like I got cheated out of or something, or he had, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, he's going to die as a loser with lung cancer around a family that he can't support. Like, isn't that kind of... He's dying like broke, cucked, emasculated. I just don't think that they have like... I just don't think they show like an alternate path for Walt that's very compelling or fulfilling aside from the drug dealer shit. I think the compelling part is how many times he had an off-ramp, but his ego and pride made him keep going. Well, what the fuck was the point of the off-ramp? I think that if they would have communicated somehow that him continuing the drugs shit is what led to the cancer relapsing or something, then maybe... But I don't know how you could, like, with cancer, that's a really hard thing to say for sure, you know? I only saw the first few episodes, so maybe I'm wrong, but his family would have been by his bedside. What the fuck are you talking about, LOL? I don't know how to communicate with people that can't engage with media, and you just, like, view it from, like it's your life or something. I don't know how to engage with that kind of a statement. We are like, how could it be bad? His family is there. Doesn't everybody want their family to be there, LOL? I don't know how to engage with that comment. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. The whole theme of Walt is that he feels out of control with everything in his life, and he feels like he's dramatically underperforming his own record and what his expectations for himself are as an individual and as a man. And for your counter to be like, but he would have been dying like a fucking cucked loser with cancer with his family at his side, is like, yeah, that would be like the worst thing for him, I think.
Who has replicas of all his tracks. That's why I sympathize with it.
You can hook your CD player up to two of the tanks.
It's the ultimate rush. Because you know you're going into the fight to begin with. And then you got a good song playing in the background. That gets you real fired up.
And probably the same is true of Saw. I can give endless reasons why I sympathize with victims in these movies, but that's literally just like my opinion, man. Even before Saw 10, there were definitely people who were attracted to Jigsaw, like Eleanor, the Jigsaw fangirl in Saw 8 who has replicas of all his traps.
Hey, a girl's gotta have a hobby.
You get off on this shit?
Lots of people are fascinated by Kramer.
Now, Team Jigsaw personally offends me as an Amanda Lynn shipper.
Are you gonna behave?
But can I really judge them? Didn't I just admit to identifying with Hannibal Lecter? And let's face it, Jigsaw's always had the ingredients of a badass anti-hero. He masterminds these crazy traps while always being calm and in control. He attracts vulnerable female followers with a creepy philosophy that makes no sense. You know, classic badass stuff. It's like Charles Manson or Jim Jones, very popular men in their time.
You will give everything to me. Every cell in your body.
Jigsaw is daddy. He's taking his belt off, and people just go crazy for that.
Dad comes home, and he's pissed. Dad is pissed.
John Kramer could probably get elected in this country, and it would be an improvement. In her essay regarding the pain of others, Susan Sontag wrote, "No we should be taken for granted when the subject is looking at other people's pain." Now, she wasn't talking about horror movies, she was talking about photographs of war crimes, but the principle is kind of the same. Her point is that to different people, the same image could inspire peace activism, or incite revenge violence, or just satisfy morbid curiosity. Like how Proust, the most elevated, "We have arrived," described, quote, "that abominable, voluptuous act called reading the paper, whereby all the misfortunes and cataclysms suffered by the universe in the last 24 hours are transmuted into a morning feast for our personal entertainment." I love how lowbrow taste is sadistic bloodlust, and then middlebrow taste is, actually there are deep moral themes, and then highbrow taste is sadistic bloodlust again.
Nothing here is vegetarian.
Spectacles of violence don't speak for themselves. Different people in different contexts will identify with victims or aggressors or no one at all. We need interpretation to know what violence means, to decide what team we're on, who's good and who's bad, who's innocent and who deserves it. And that's why it's so important to watch propaganda. Speaking of which, I did finally watch Fahrenheit 9/11. In that movie, this whiny lib called Michael Moore talks about how American politicians used 9/11 as an excuse to commit war crimes or whatever, and that's bad because people in other countries are human and their lives have value.
Cringe.
Now, at first I was thinking, that sounds like the talk of someone who likes to sit in the cuck chair at the Motel 6 and watch his wife get by some with a but I think this whiny lib might actually have a point. Violence often feels righteous to people who have been hurt, whether by 9/11 or cancer, or even something as trivial as, your dad not hugging you ever, and then the first black president humiliating you at White House Correspondents' Dinner because you spread a bunch of racist conspiracy theories. It doesn't need to make logical sense to feel emotionally true, and if daddy says it's true, that's all the permission some people need.
After all, this is the guy that tried to kill my dad at one time.
I guess I'm saying that Americans, well, we're kind of like Amanda in Saw, trauma-addled junkies with severe, undiagnosed personality.
What keyboard do you use? I don't know. It's some $450 Asus keyboard. Don't buy it. It's too expensive. It's not worth it. But it's cool.
Disorders, constantly chasing the highs and lows of self-annihilation, driven to insane depths of cruelty by our hopeless attachment to an evil, narcissistic father figure who's old and dying and devoid of any purpose but inflicting as much pain as possible on his miserable plunge into the grave. And maybe if we could just become self-aware about this, we could do less of it. But how do we awaken that awareness in the masses? How do we bring this madness to an end? Well, I have no idea, I'm sorry. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber trapped in a razor wire cage of my own making, and I'm just so sorry for everything. Game over. Oh wait, the game. It's over. Good. Well, that's it, everyone. I guess I'm gonna bleed out now. Good night.
That was frickin' epic. Okay, we get it. For each disorder, do these count as disorders? Ebola? Must, right? You can never get rid of this Ebola shit, right? You're fucked if you have it. I don't think it ever goes away, realistically. Something happened in the lawsuit? No, not really. I just haven't gone over anything in a while. I don't think there's anything to even go over. They filed for basically continuance, I think, on the case. They wanted the trial to be pushed back 2 months. A couple days after that, the judge set a hearing on it. We both filed our motions in limine, which is just stuff that we're saying should be able to, stuff that we should be able to exclude at trial. I think we argued that the Roe stuff wasn't relevant anymore. We try to argue that Abby's stuff shouldn't be submitted since we haven't gotten the chance to, there's no probative value. We don't have the originals. It's all been redacted. There might have been one other thing, I don't remember. And then I think in their motions in limine, they tried to basically exclude every single broad argument that we could use for our case. It's based. Judge also denied their order for a gag order, which was good. Did you watch the finale of The Pit? I did. It was okay. I don't know why. I feel like we should have gotten more finality or something. Weren't you hoping or expecting a dismissal? We're always hoping or expecting a dismissal. The hearing in 3 or 4 days is hopefully we get good memes. I'm hoping since the judge called a hearing on that order, because I would have expected that order to have been automatically granted, and it absolutely was not granted automatically. The judge called a hearing on it immediately, so I'm hoping at that hearing we're going to address the subject matter deposition stuff. And I don't think they have anything for it. They just don't have anything. So I'm hoping the judges will say this is retarded and boot it. But I mean, who knows? Do you think Melina is going to give a deposition? There's no shot. I don't even know if they want one from her. The thing is that Pixie was talking to Melina at the beginning of this court case when Pixie was like, oh, don't worry. Like, I'm going to get him. He's going to go to jail. He's going to get arrested. He's going to be on the sex offender list. But then, so she was talking to her in the beginning, and now they're trying to say they need to subpoena Melina in order to depose her. It sounds like Melina has no interest in being a part of whatever the fuck Pixie's doing. Although I don't know what their communication is like, because again, I don't have any messages, or I got like 4 messages between Pixie and Melina, not that many though, but I don't have any full conversations, but it sounds like their communications broke down. But I mean, like, one, Melina wouldn't have anything relevant at all, so I don't even know what she could possibly be deposed to of, number one. Number two, I don't even know if I ever sent Melina any of this, but if I did, this would have been back in like when we recorded it in 2020. So it also would have been out of statute range. And then that's 2. 3 would be, even by Pixie's own admission, well, it depends on what statement you take at face value. She said that I had permission to share things with Melina, so that wouldn't matter. And then 4, Melina and I were married, and Melina can invoke married privilege there, so she shouldn't even have to testify to anything in this. 5, if they really wanted to depose her, after they get approval from the international court, they would have to retain a lawyer in Sweden to do the deposition, and then to file, like, it would just be such a clusterfuck. I don't know. Destiny, are you on bad enough terms with her that you'd ever expect her to want to participate? No, I mean, I don't think she cares. I don't. There's nothing she can testify to that would hurt me, but I don't know if. I just think they're just trying to do it to drag out the case and to make it waste time and to attack as many people around me as possible. Won't the judge be able to easily tell this is just a fishing expedition? It seemed fairly obvious by the lack of any evidence. I mean, I don't know. I would hope so, but one of the issues is we're so close to trial that I don't know if the judge will just say, let's fucking run it, because we're so close anyway. But I don't think that'll happen because I don't think we can go to trial in this state. We have to do party depositions. So, and they skipped their deposition. The big thing, like there's so many weird things about this case. So one is that like, we can't really go to trial, I don't think, without doing party depositions. That seems kind of crazy. But they skipped their deposition for no reason. Like, we filed it, we noticed it with the court, and then they emailed my legal team, and they're like, we're not going to this. And then Andrew's like, okay, well, if you don't want to go to your deposition, then file it with the court. And they were like, we're not going to bother filing with the court because this is bullshit. We don't have to go. And so they just fucking skipped it. And then the judge issued a show cause immediately after saying, why the fuck did you skip a deposition that was noticed with the court for no reason? And they were like, well, we shouldn't have had to go. So my guess is I'll be sanctioned for that. But it's going to be, I imagine it would be hard to argue that like we need to open discovery because we need to do party depositions when we skipped ours for literally no reason, because they didn't even put the court on notice. I have no clue. I don't know how lenient the judge is and shit like this. It's federal court, so it should be like a little bit more serious. So who knows? I heard you talking to Kafka, and he said it was one of the most retarded things he's ever seen. Well, sometimes life is just special, you know? Is there any logical reason for them to avoid the deposition? Is there something to hide? Is she avoiding something? Steelman this. I don't know why they skipped it. I don't know why they didn't notice the court. They should have told the court. They should have told the court that they were going through. There's no reason for them not to do that. That's just a mistake on their part. That's why the judge issued a show cause. Show cause means you have to show a good cause for why you didn't do something. Otherwise, you're going to get sanctioned or penalized or something. I have no idea what the fuck they could possibly say to that. You said talking with Kafka that you had a notion that your team didn't believe you, at least initially. Could you elaborate? I mean, I don't know 100%. I'm just... my guess is I've heard it said a lot that like... I've heard it said a lot that clients lie a lot to their legal team, and they're just the way that they were so cautious about everything in the beginning. My guess is that they thought that most of Pixie's original complaint was probably true. It's probably pretty exceptional that somebody would lie about 90% of what you would put in a lawsuit, at least a high profile lawsuit maybe. So they probably thought that like I probably fucked up considerably more than I was telling them, which is fair. I imagine a lot of, maybe that's just my assumption, but maybe they don't. I don't know. Maybe they don't think that, but. Subject matter jurisdiction needs to be established for any trial could happen, right? I don't know. You'd think so, right? Who fucking knows, bruh? Bruh. Who knows, bruh? If you want to endlessly breed cats in the word food, breed in the mouthless mutation. They can't eat food in battle to regen, but you're using them for breeding. That's pretty fucked up, bro. Did your legal team file a motion for sanctions? Yeah, we've got one, Rule 11. And their response was to just file their own Rule 11. And they were like, they're trying to sanction us for no reason, so we're going to sanction them for trying to sanction us. So I guess we'll see how that goes. I think that's generally considered poor taste, but... Can you read their opposition to your lemony? I don't know if they filed it yet. Did they? All of their writing is just so stupid and boring. I don't know. And it's just them saying a bunch of retarded shit constantly. Lim. How do you spell this shit? There it is. Response and opposition 222. Defendant's motion eliminated to preclude argument and evidence to prevent plaintiff's use. Oh. Oh my God. Defendant's omnibus motion in limine is not a proper evidentiary motion. It is an attempt to resolve disputed facts, relitigate issues, and exclude probative evidence through procedural shortcuts. The motion repeatedly seeks exclusion, not because the evidence is inadmissible, but because defendant disputes it or failed to develop it in discovery. God, this reads like AI. This is blah, 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 blah. Not because of this, but because of the, I don't know. I feel like halfway through this case, Jones started to switch to AI, especially when they said they use Lexis. They said they couldn't find one of our cases on Lexis, so they said it didn't exist. I feel like actually all the law things online, Westlaw, all have their own AI things now, but I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive Joan is using fucking AI to write these briefs now because the writing significantly changed like halfway through this case. But whatever. Defendant first seeks to exclude evidence relating to his transmission of sexually explicit material to a minor based on a contested factual narrative. But such disputes are for the jury, not a basis for pretrial exclusion. First of all, so again, it's out of date range for the statute that they're trying to sue me under. So you just can't include it. It's not in the date range. I'm sorry. I know that makes you mad, but you can't typically sue people for crimes that didn't exist before, or that didn't exist before a bill was passed that made it a crime. But they want to, they really want the pedo jacketing shit in here. They really want the minor. She was a minor. Child minor. He next attempts to exclude testimony and evidence from a non-party witness, Abby MC, despite having known of the witness, communicated with her, and served a subpoena, yet choosing not to enforce it. I think we managed to serve the subpoena like weeks from the closure of discovery after they hid her from us for a year, and obviously she didn't respond to it at all. What does the minor narrative do to help their filing? Nothing. Whether or not the girl was 16 or 5 years old or 1 year old or 500 years old, it has absolutely no bearing on the Cardi statute. It has no bearing on any part of this lawsuit whatsoever. I don't think it goes to proving any of the elements of anything, of any part of it. It's none of it. Yeah, it's just, they just want to include it to fuck with me, basically. Defendant cannot manufacture prejudice through his own lack of diligence. Defendant also challenges the admissibility of the Abby MC exhibit on grounds not raised during the required meet and confer process, and that fail on the merits. Finally, he seeks to strip plaintiff of pseudonym protections already granted by this court, despite binding 11th Circuit authority permitting anonymity through a trial where, as here, substantial privacy interests outweigh any alleged prejudice. At bottom, defendant's motion is an effort to exclude damaging but admissible evidence and to revisit issues already decided. Because defendant identifies no valid basis for exclusion, the motion should be denied in its entirety. Defendant seeks to exclude any reference to Rose's status as a minor. This argument rests entirely on a disputed factual premise. The defendant never communicated with or transmitted materials to a minor because a third party allegedly controlled the account. And it fails for multiple independent reasons. One, defendant failed to confer on this issue before seeking relief. I don't even know what this means. We literally put them on notice for errata or whatever, and then gave them 21 days to amend their filings, and then we have outstanding Rule 11 sanctions against them related to this issue. So I don't know how they say we haven't brought it up, but okay. I don't know what that means. The evidence is not false, but disputed. Really? We're going to go to court and we're going to argue the catfishing narrative without either of us having any deposition or anything related to Solo or the person control? Really? That's what we're disputing at court? Really? Stupid. Destiny, you didn't know if it was or wasn't a crime at the time. It's not like you changed your behavior once. It doesn't matter you can't sue people for things that weren't laws yet in the past. You can't do that. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. Sorry, that's how most systems of law work. Why is that even relevant? This is not relevant. It's just her trying to fuck with me in the lawsuit, basically. 3, it is relevant, and 4, it is not excludable under the rules of evidence. First, defendant's argument should be rejected for failure to comply with local rule 71A3's meet and confer requirements. During conferral, defendant stated only that he intended to seek exclusion of evidence relating to alleged transmissions to Rose on the ground that such conduct predated the Carty statute and was therefore irrelevant. He did not raise, let alone meaningfully confer on, the distinct argument advanced in this motion pertaining to Rose's age. Failure to confer or to show a good faith attempt to confer by itself constitutes grounds for the motion to be denied. Second, the record demonstrates that the factual premise underlying defendant's motion is hotly disputed and cannot be resolved through a motion in limine. Defendant's motion, as well as his related Rule 11 motion, conveniently omit that Rose testified that Solo shared with her the materials Bonnell sent to Rose through the Discord account. During her deposition, Rose admitting that she was shown a handful of videos that Destiny sent via the imposter account. Rose also testified that Solo shared with her the Discord messages exchanged with Bonnell, and that she knew that the explicit images and videos that she took of herself and with other individuals would be provided to Bonnell. Thus, the facts demonstrate that Bonnell intended to send the video to Rose, a minor, that he sent the video and other sexually explicit videos to an account in her name, and that Rose received at least a handful of those videos, including possibly the video. Good one. King arguments. Based on these facts, the assertion that Bonnell shared the video with an underage girl is not false. Simply put, the fact that Solo acted as a go-between or controlled Rose's account does not render the assertion that Bonnell shared the video with a minor false. Rose further testified that she does not know the plaintiff. This is important because if Rose does not know the plaintiff, she could not know any way or another whether one of the handful of videos that Destiny sent depicted plaintiff. Okay. You know what? It sounds like they really should have tried to sue the Solo guy. Almost like that would have been a way better court case. Third, defendant's catfishing theory does not render the evidence irrelevant. Even accepting defendant's characterization for purposes of argument, the evidence remains probative of 1, defendant's knowledge, intent, and absence of mistake in engaging in sexually explicit exchanges, 2, the nature and scope of his online conduct, and 3, the foreseeability and risk inherent in disseminating intimate material in anonymous online environments. Courts routinely admit such evidence for these non-propensity purposes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This is also where plaintiff's own motion in limine to exclude the catfishing defense is fully consistent, not contradictory. Plaintiff's position is not that the factual circumstances surrounding Rose's Discord account are irrelevant. Rather, it is that defendant should be precluded from using an unsubstantiated catfishing narrative as an affirmative defense to avoid liability. This is such a weird... I don't even know why they're... I don't know. Even if the court permits defendant to present that theory, it does not follow that plaintiff must be precluded from introducing the underlying evidence, including Rose's minority, that gives context to those same events. In other words, defendant cannot simultaneously rely on the circumstances of the exchange while shielding the jury from a probative and consequential aspect of those circumstances. Furthermore, defendant's own framing confirms relevance. His Rule 11 motion repeatedly acknowledges that the dispute centers on whether he exchanged sexually explicit material with a minor and whether the allegation is false or irrelevant. That is not an argument for exclusion. It is an argument on the merits. Yeah, but none of the merits of the elements of the crimes that you're suing me for. It's not, merits don't just mean any random fact that you want to dispute in the record. And as plaintiff has already demonstrated, Rule 11 cannot be used to resolve disputed factual issues or to strike evidence simply because defendant contests plaintiff's interpretation of it. Fourth, Rule 4.3 does not support exclusion. Defendant's argument is premised on the notion that reference to Rose's age is inherently prejudicial, but the 11th Circuit makes clear that Rule 403 excludes only unfair prejudice, not evidence that is merely damaging. Here, any prejudice flows directly from the probative force of the evidence, namely the defendant engaged in conduct involving an individual who was, in fact, under 18 at the relevant time. And by involving an individual engaged in conduct, we mean engaged in conduct with a catfish go-between who was misrepresenting the person's age, but okay. That is not a proper basis for exclusion. To the extent the court has any concern, it can be addressed through a limiting instruction rather than wholesale exclusion. It is well settled that a curative instruction ordinarily resolves any concerns of prejudice. For these reasons, defendant's request to exclude all evidence relating to Rose's age should be denied. Defendant cannot exclude ABMC evidence based on his own failure to pursue discovery or a non-party's alleged non-compliance with a subpoena. Defendant seeks to exclude evidence relating to ABMC on the grounds that plaintiff's counsel allegedly obstructed his ability to obtain discovery and that the witness failed to comply with the subpoena. These arguments provide no valid basis for exclusion. First, the underlying factual assertions are incorrect. Second, the governing law does not support the requested relief. The relevant facts are straightforward. ABMC is a non-party witness, not under plaintiff's control. By the way, when I don't know if they forgot this or if they're just lying, but the very first email that I got from them was them claiming that they were representing Abby and that she was going to sue me for $500,000 as well. But okay, I guess we're just forgetting that ever happened. Well, I don't understand this argument. I understand that you're just a gesticular or somebody retarded or whatever, but at Destiny, it makes a little sense when the FBI pretends to be a child to catch someone. It's not like you say, nah, the FBI agent was not a child, kind of. No, what? When the FBI is posing to catch somebody, they're posing as a minor. You don't pose as an adult. That's retarded. It's completely backwards. What? Is that email something that is part of evidence for the case? I don't know if that... I think Andrew brings it up, I think, in something. Abby has never been represented by plaintiff's counsel in this matter. Okay. Plaintiff did not obstruct defendant's access to ABMC. Defendant observed ABMC with a subpoena ducis tecum, approximately 1 month before the discovery deadline. And defendant failed to move to compel, seek contempt, or otherwise enforce the subpoena. Having failed to pursue available enforcement mechanisms, defendant can now rely on his own lack of diligence as a basis to exclude otherwise admissible evidence or to claim prejudice. Why would you not want to depose your own witness? Would you not want to do that? Am I crazy? This is the witness for the prosecution. Why would you not want to? Why would you not want to depose them? No, I don't know. Especially when this is your only evidence for the entire case. First, the assertion that plaintiff's counsel... Oh, I'm retarded, actually. Why would they not want to depose him? They don't have to depose him, I guess. They can just ask him all the questions they want privately and then figure out how they want to play it going to court. Could you have moved to compel Abby? I don't think we had enough time before discovery closed to do it. Because we finally got her, served her. I think it was within a month of closure of discovery. This was not a non-party witness unknown to the defendant. The defendant had an intimate relationship with ABMC commencing in early May 2023 and had ongoing communication with her well after the initiation of the suit, and at least as recently as May 2025. Not where I had her address or phone number or like where she could be served. But okay. Indeed, defendant knew ABMC for years before the plaintiff did. Plaintiff's counsel provided ABMC's contact information as it became available to them, which is all that federal rules of civil procedure requires. I'm curious how the judge is going to treat this, because this is like obvious game playing. You're telling me that you were able to solicit a affidavit, a declaration from this person, and evidence from this person, but you weren't available to make them available, or you weren't able to make them available to the defense at all, or to depose them at all, or to have any information about their address or anything at all? I don't know. Indeed, ABMC was apparently homeless for an extended period of time, and thus there was no address to provide. And contrary to defendant's false claim, plaintiff never provided a fake address for ABMC. Defendant's assertion that plaintiff's counsel refused to accept service of the subpoena on behalf of their client is also false. Plaintiff's counsel expressly advised that they did not represent ABMC for purposes of service and were not authorized to accept a subpoena on her behalf. Defendant is falsely characterizing ABMC as a client. How much you want to bet that if discovery does get pushed back and we are able to depose Abby, that all of a sudden Abby is going to end up represented by Joan? Destiny, I think through whatever means, probably your stalker, some people are not aware of the fact that the person behind Rose's username introduced themselves to you as a female over the age of 80. The person who, the solo guy, whoever the fuck was the George guy, I guess, who was controlling Rose's account, when they first contacted me, they said they were 18 or over. They never presented themselves as a minor. But there's so much stupid information flying around about this case. This is why I just need a judgment in hand before I can write up everything and do my going over everything. The undisputed fact is that the defendant successfully served ABMC with the subpoena ducis tecum on November 21st, 2025, almost a full month before the discovery deadline. I think discovery closed December 15th? I think. Additionally, defendant aggressively objected to plaintiff's motion to extend the discovery deadline, thereby choosing to foreclose any further opportunity to pursue a subpoena response. Nor did defendant ever attempt to subpoena ABMC for a deposition. Having failed to enforce his own subpoena, defendant cannot now seek the extraordinary sanction of excluding admissible evidence or shift the consequence of his lack of diligence onto plaintiff. Nice. I haven't read any of these underlying cases. I do like that when the judge wrote when he denied the gag order that they were seeking, the judge did go, well, I guess the judges have to, and their clerks whatever, went through all the cases and were like, basically every case you're citing here is fucking retarded, which was pretty funny. Even setting that procedural failure aside, defendant's motion fails on the merits. First, the exhibit is properly authenticated. The 11th Circuit makes clear that the burden to authenticate evidence is not high and requires only a prima facie showing that the evidence is what it purports to be. But all of my evidence is not enough. By the way, the only fucking evidence they have is a fucking blurred out, I guess, a Discord message that I don't even know it's who. I never even got the unredacted version of this message. I have no fucking idea. I still don't have this. I still don't even know what this message is. 10 months after it was submitted, I believe literally one day before our evidentiary hearing, to try to escape the, because they knew that they didn't have any evidence for subject matter jurisdiction. When did we have this? Motion, hearing, or evidentiary? It would have been on June 4th, 3rd. No shot. It really was the day before, the night before. Does it tell you what time a thing was submitted? Can I see that? Actually, so fucking wild to me. The day before we have our hearing on the preliminary injunction, they fucking throw in their only witness. After supposedly having 15 plus women all ready to come forward, they throw in their only fucking witness the day before the hearing. So fucking stupid. What a joke. Filed at 5:26 p.m. Filed in the evening of the 2nd. This would have been 17 hours, I think, before our 17 hours before our preliminary injunction hearing. Like, actual joke. And then this is the whole, all the evidence that keeps this court case alive hinges on whatever the fuck these messages are. By the way, Destiny sends me sex tapes all the time. I have videos of him fucking Cherry and Pixie Limfao. He just sent me another one. Supposedly, this is me sending her videos of Pixie. But I went back and I checked my logs. I haven't sent this chick anything of Pixie. I don't even know what these messages are. I don't know who they're to. I don't know what the context is. And then during the hearing at the preliminary injunction, we asked them, like, did Abby even show you proof of him sending any videos to her of you? And she said no. So I don't even know what the fuck. I have no clue what this message is. I don't know what this is. But their whole case, the entire case that they have right now, all of it is contingent on this one Discord message that they swear to God is definitely true and real, that I don't even have an unredacted version of. Oh, Jesus Christ. Absolutely fucking based. Pure cinema. And then the big meme was, I think I've already been through all this, but the big meme was that I found out afterwards that when she was at my apartment, she was running through my apartment taking pictures of everything. And I don't know. I was too careless at the time. It was 2023. That was just a crazy year, I guess. Because I had one of her old friends fucking messaged me and started sending me fucking pictures of Melina's diary. And I'm like, what the fuck? No shot. Good memes. Was that Darius? No, it was somebody else. Darius is the one who sent me messages between Abby and him, though, where Abby is sitting at my computer with my desktop open saying major leaks incoming. Not only was it 17 hours beforehand, it was after business hours in the hopes that your attorneys wouldn't see it until the day of the hearing at best. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it was just it's just wild. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Here, Abby MC attested under penalty of perjury that she personally sent the message reflected in the exhibit and retained copies of those communications. Her declaration further describes the same contemporaneous communication to a friend regarding defendant's transmission of sexually explicit videos on or about November 3rd, 2023. The Abby MC exhibit corresponds directly to that testimony. I don't even know what this would be. Is this... If you're citing your own chat logs, do your chat logs count as hearsay of your own stuff or not? I don't know how it would work here, but... Defendant incorrectly assumes the message is offered solely for the truth of the matter asserted. It is independently admissible to corroborate Abby MC's sworn testimony. The defendant transmitted sexually explicit material to her. At minimum, the statement qualifies as a prior, consistent statement to rebut defendant's insinuation of fabrication. I guess. This is probably why they didn't want her to be deposed, because if she was deposed, everything would be destroyed on her side. That last exhibit would fall apart, and then, yeah. Whatever. Oh, we're trying to get her pseudonym stripped as well. I want this case attached to her name as much as possible. Defendant's request to prohibit plaintiff from proceeding under a pseudonym at trial should be denied. The court has already granted plaintiff leave to proceed anonymously upon a finding of good cause. The defendant offers no basis to revisit that ruling, let alone satisfy the demanding standard required to strip those protections at the eve of trial. Defendant has repeatedly used his online platform to publicize this case, disclose sensitive information, and target plaintiff, her counsel, me, and witnesses. Witnesses have expressed fear of retaliation and reluctance to participate, absent confidentiality protections, which they have. And defendant has publicly disclosed plaintiff's identity, despite court-ordered protections. I said her first name, I think, on the very first day of the case. But also, when she opened her Give Send Go, it literally had her whole identity was literally attached to it. But okay, chief. Oh, defendant further attempts to claim prejudice by asserting a plaintiff accused him of despicable conduct and breaking the law, destroying his reputation of the process. Defendant's argument collapses under its own premise. Plaintiff is the victim, and defendant has admitted to his despicable conduct, which is a violation of the law. Thus, he destroyed his own reputation. Fuck, did I admit? Well, fuck, we should just have this up front, and we could be over with it. I'm pre-guilty. Yes. This is also retarded too. Plaintiff has consistently sought to protect her identity and, in the limited instances she has posted on social media, has done so under the screen name Pixie, not her legal name, okay? Nobody knows who Pixie is. I wonder if it ever got to trial, And we had to argue, and somehow I lost, and we had to argue damages or something. I wonder if I could just argue. It's like, oh, well, don't worry. There's no harm to you because nobody even knows who you are. It's just Pixie, right? Jesus Christ. Okay. That's crazy, chat. True. Sometimes shit do be crazy. What are you gonna do? Okay. I'm gonna sleep. Blood frenzy. Oh, Jesus. Okay. This cat's gonna fucking die. I can feel it. Okay. Well, I'm going to sleep. I love you guys. It's been fun. Rip and a cappuccino, I'll see you tomorrow. Don't die.